Test 1, 2, mic check 1, 2. Ahomadakapi, friends and relatives. Welcome to this evening's candidate forum. Before we get started, just to kind of give you a layout of what is going to be happening here this evening. This is a forum in which those that are the candidates that are running for chief and council for the upcoming term are going to be allowed to have 10 minutes to speak and basically explain their reasoning why they're going to be running for chief and council. Again, just a reminder that this is not a question and answer forum. To give equal amount of time for each candidate to be able to explain their reasoning as to why they chose to run for chief and council. Give a shout out to Electoral Officer Robin McKay for organizing and putting this together. And again, this is the first time, one of the first times I think we've ever done anything like this, so it's going to be all new to everybody. And so again, just to give a fair opportunity, each candidate will get 10 minutes. Whether or not they choose to use the full 10 minutes is going to be totally up to them. At the 8-minute mark, we will be notifying you that you have 2 minutes left in the time. And so again, before we get started, we're going to call upon our drum group here, Riverside, Dakota, to help us out here with an opening song. And we'll be calling upon Ishida Oswald McKay for an opening prayer to start this evening off. I want to thank everybody for coming out this evening, for being a part of this. And also a shout out to the communications team that are live streaming this. For those, for the benefit of those that were unable to be here, they could see it in their homes, the comforts of their homes. So again, a shout out to the communications team for putting the equipment together and bringing the sound system in as well, so we can have this candidates forum here tonight. So at this time, I'm going to call upon our singers at this time, if you'll come forward, please, to render an opening song for our candidates forum. Thank you, Riverside, Dakota. At this time, I'm going to call forward Ishida Oswald McKay to open our evening here with the invocation. Once again, say thank you to Ishida Oswald McKay for opening remarks as well as the invocation. So without further ado, we'll be getting into the candidates form, starting off with the candidates that are going to be running for chief, which is Chief Jennifer Bone, Vincent Tatchin, and Catherine Whitecloud. And we'll be starting off with Chief Jennifer Bone.
Amitakiapi. Good evening, everyone. I just want to say thank you all for attending this evening and also to those of you that are joining us online. As leadership and candidates, we all share the same objective, to make the lives of our people better and improve quality of life for our community members. And I'd just like to share some of the projects that my council and I have worked towards and also plans for the future. So over the past couple of years, we've really worked towards establishing our governance structure. We've worked to create a structure and new departments to ensure the best services are provided to our community members. We have a team that works for the best interest of our community, and yes, we have a mixture of community members and non-members. It's been a challenge to fill some positions in different areas, which is why we have committed to training our own people and working to develop a long-term plan to address the training and employment needs here in Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation. We've recently been negotiating an agreement with Assiniboine Community College for an accredited training center here in the community as part of the long-term training plans that we recognize as a priority here in Sioux Valley. As the only self-governing nation in Manitoba, our main focus has been in the area of governance and lawmaking, has been Bill C-92, an amendment to our self-governance agreement. This amendment will allow us to provide a full scope of services to our members under Child and Family Services. As most of you are all aware, we were able to receive our own interim provincial mandate last July of 2022. So we're really proud of that we're able to provide services to all of our community members now without relying on Dakota Ojibwe Child and Family Services. This has been a challenge with the amendment, but we're also recognizing that we're on a pathway to jurisdiction, our own jurisdiction under Child and Family Services with the development and creation of a Dakota Child and Family Services law. We are looking forward to creating a renewed relationship with the province of Manitoba and the newly elected NDP government. We have focused on communal decision-making here in Sioux Valley by involving not only our elders, but also our community members through the establishment of numerous committees and boards. And most recently, there has been emphasis on the custodianship of the land, promoting responsible and sustainable land management for the benefit of future generations, with the creation of a lands department and committee to oversee issues and develop laws pertaining to Sioux Valley Dakota Nation lands. We've also focused on economic development and recognizing that this is an area that we really need to work on and enhance by creating an economic development corporation, which we recently created. And we also hired a chief executive officer to oversee that economic development corporation and all of our businesses and assist with future planning and the success of our Sioux Valley Dakota Nation businesses. Highway 1 and 21 has seen plans to expand in the past, and we identified a need for infrastructure there in order to attract businesses and entrepreneurs. We have recently secured the infrastructure and a water line to the Petro-Canada, and the contract has recently been put out to tender. Our vision is to expand opportunities for local entrepreneurs and also to attract businesses to this site. One of our most recently acquired businesses is the Grand Valley Park, and we are excited to see what the future holds with upgrades and attractions in that area. Economic development is important for community. It brings jobs, boosts income, and improves living standards. We need smart policies and investments to promote entrepreneurship, innovation, and infrastructure. And we all want to work together for a thriving economy for Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation. With that, we've also had the recent approval from Canada Post to bring a post office here into the community, which is exciting to have. Instead of for us transporting or traveling to Griswold, we'll have our own post office here, right here in the community. Another area that I wanted to touch on was infrastructure. Most of you are well aware that we completed a feasibility study for a new school back in 2019, and we've been working with Stantec over the last 5 years to bring new schools to our communities, as that was always identified as a priority and the need for a new high school. So we've been working on that, and we're currently in the design phase of that, of bringing 2 new schools to Sioux Valley, and we've had a community engagement a couple weeks ago. Stantec were able to come out and meet with all the school and education staff to get their feedback and what their thoughts were on the project, and wanted their input into the project as well. Another project that has been underway and started a couple weeks ago was the water treatment plant. We recognized back in 2019 that water was a priority, and again, we completed an assessment and wanted to do upgrades to our current water treatment plant. Once the assessment and the upgrades began, we realized that it was better off for us to just build a new water treatment plant, so that will be operational probably within the next year to 18 months. We've completed paving throughout a lot of the major roads throughout the community, and plans to continue that next summer. We've also have a Reaching Home project, it's called, which is overseen by a community member, and we're working towards providing interim housing for people that are transient, and taking care of our community members, ensuring that they have a warm place to stay. That is seeing the grand opening of that building will be next week. We also have a strategic plan to invest in housing over the next 4 years under the federal government's Budget 22 housing. Speaking to housing, we've also been able to partner with a company along with CMHC to provide geothermal energy efficiency projects to approximately 25 homes. Energy efficiency is a game changer, and it will help us to save money, reduce our carbon footprint, and protect the environment. By being energy efficient, insulating our homes, and adopting sustainable practices. I just wanted to speak briefly on, there's so many topics to speak on, but I have, because of the time limit, I just sort of picked some of the main ones. And the next one I wanted to speak on was healing. Right now, as you're all aware, we purchased a farm last fall, and it was being utilized by some of the programs here in the community, and they're operating a day treatment program there, and we have plans to expand on that, ensure that there is wraparound service for our most vulnerable people here in the community. We recognize that intergenerational healing is crucial for building stronger connections between generations. By acknowledging the past, fostering understanding, and having empathy, we can heal our community and bridge the divides.
2 minutes.
We want to create a future where love, respect, and healing are passed down through generations. And I truly believe that this is our responsibility as parents and grandparents, ensuring that our children are healthy and guided on a good path. The work that we do as leaders for the community is for the present, and most importantly, for the future. Everyone has their own roles in making our community a better place. And I just want to say thank you for taking the time to listen, and I'd like to wish all of the candidates the best of luck. Mitakiawas.
Next, we'll be calling forward Vince Tatchin.
Good evening. I'm not going to use my phone or have a written speech. I'm just going to wing it. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is why we're running. The main reason I'm running is because I'm not really liking what I've been seeing the last little while. If you look around the community, there's a building across the road here that's burnt We see police vehicles, we see drugs, we see all these things happening in our community with no real plan. The other thing I don't see is too many youth. Where's all the young people that are going forward with their hopes? Where are they? They should be here. They should be invested in some of the things that are going on. They should be talking amongst themselves on what it is they want. Has anybody asked them? How many youth were down in Rapid City this past weekend? And yet we tell the youth, you need to know your language. And not one of them was sent down to learn the language or hear how to go about reviving the language. You know, a comment was made. It's the same people going down all the time, and they don't come back and teach the language. So how do we expect young people to learn? So we need more input from them. We need to have them involved. We need to put a committee of youth together and get their thoughts, their ideas. Some of the things that they come up with are common sense things from the ones that I've talked to. But the other things that I've been hearing is the violence, the drugs, the lack of opportunity, signing up for school, not getting a response, nobody calling them, or calling them after the deadline and saying, no, you weren't picked. So we have a lot of young people that are feeling disenfranchised from the community. They don't know if they belong. They don't know if they're ever going to get a house. You know, our housing situation is a mess. I might even say it's a crisis situation. You know, right now they're renovating a house where drugs were being sold, where a person was killed. You know, what kind of sense does that make to anyone? Somebody's looking from the outside, looking at that, is going to think we're crazy. You know, there's so many other houses that need to be fixed, that need to be renovated. There's kids living in moldy houses with asthma. There's overcrowding. And here we are renovating a house where somebody was killed. So, is that going to continue? Is that something we should turn a blind eye to? Now I'm hearing that there's meth mixed with heroin coming into the community. So where's the plan? Where's the plan to deal with those things? I don't know if we have one. So we have the youth that are not included in anything, basically. We have our own band members here that don't seem to be included. You know, I've heard of some people applying for jobs, they don't get a call back or nothing. You know, at least call them back and say, oh, you didn't get the job, but here's why. So for the next interview, they can be better prepared, instead of not even just calling them. We just heard we have an economic development corporation that was started. It's probably not headed by a band member. How many of these important jobs here are held by non-band members? And yet that's not self-government. That's not what I thought self-government was. I thought self-government was to educate ourselves, educate our people, educate our young kids so that they could take over those roles, not sit in the back. Now some of them are having kids. Some of them are going to be out of the game for a while because they're busy raising kids or they're addicted, and we don't even have any treatment facilities for these young people, or even the adults that want to quit. You know, there's a crisis across Canada. All the treatment centers are full. Who's going to be the priority? It's not going to be the Aboriginal people. So we need to build our own treatment facilities. So locally, we need jobs, we need houses, we need the fair allocation of those things to our people, and we need to find a way to get our people working. And if that means we have to invest a little money, and if that means we have to allow people a few mistakes, if they can do the job, let's try and keep them. That's what self-government is. Self-government belongs to us. It doesn't belong to the Indian agents that are coming in and taking over our community. All the money that came in, housing, roads, where's the jobs for our people, the permanent jobs? Off reserve, you know, some of those people want to come home, but there's no housing. So there's a lot of things where the leadership has to reach out to the youth, to off reserve, even to the community members living here, so we can make things a little more easier for us as we move into self-government. This isn't self-government. We haven't passed any laws for 5 years. It's 5 years since the last 3 laws were passed. You know, we went on a ride last week for kids, and there was only one chief that came out. So what's going on? So we gotta start working on these things. We gotta start looking at generating new jobs. We gotta start looking at creating opportunities for our people. You know, we bought the Grand Valley, we bought a farm.
2 minutes.
And we haven't converted anything to reserve. I converted bare land on the corner of 1 and 21, turned it into a reserve, built a business there, developed goodwill for the people around us. They said, oh geez, your community is doing good. They built a business there, and you know, we're proud of that. And now today, we're known for police, we're known for deaths in the community, and no plan. So, I'm probably the only guy that's had experience dealing with the federal and provincial government. I negotiated an agreement. I converted land. Bought a school. Did things under the Indian Act, which is a lot harder than what we have now. Self-government is easier. It should have been easier. We should have had at least 15, 20 laws by now. But we don't. So we've fallen behind. So it's really up to you. If you want things to continue the way they have been the last 5 years, you know, that's your decision. Or you can make the changes that need to happen. You can watch a new leadership take over. You can hold them to account. I got a pamphlet there. I wrote down everything that I want to do. I need a mandate to act on it. So if you vote for me, I'm going to try my best to get all that done. You know, our claim would have really put us further ahead by now. 650 million. There's a community just north of us, they settled for 220 million. There's only 200 band members. That's over $1 million each. And here we are, started our claim in 2018, and we're still, you know, waiting. Where is that? That money would have addressed our housing, our jobs, everything. There's no progress on that. And now, I think for the most part it's dead, so now we got to find a new strategy on how to get a claim in the door. And now time is running out. The Liberals are out, Conservatives are in, we're going to be in trouble. So, you guys have a big decision to make. And a lot of things to think about. But I have my pamphlet here, if anyone wants one, and I'm available to come to your house. I'll talk to you, I'll tell you my ideas if you want. But I'll leave it up to you. It's your decision, and you know, what happened in the last 5 years, we all have to take responsibility for that, because we all voted, right? Thank you.
Next to be calling forward, Catherine Whitecloud.
Hamida Kepi. Today was in the bed shoes up here. I want to build on what has already been said. Don't need to repeat it, don't need to regurgitate it. And I'm very cognizant of what as she said, to do all of this respectfully. And I put out a letter to all of you stating that we're all relatives, not here to compete against anybody. We're here because we offered ourselves or because we were asked to help, to do what we can to help move the path forward for our Takojas, our Michungshis. It's difficult to stand here too, because again, I lost a Michungshi a week ago. Dakota Wichochan says, Itoesh wo inina. Tka, those are some of the things we've lost. Hecha, we're here again this evening to talk about things that are important. And those are one of the things that are important. My relative and my colleague talked about self-government. Self-government, how do you understand that to be? I read the Constitution over and over again. Last time it was amended was in 2012. I went through it and I highlighted what had been implemented and what hasn't. And how many of you have read that Constitution? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You raised your hand twice. And the reason why I say that is that when we haven't implemented 20 of those articles in that governance agreement, the key one is your representation, you the people, according to that Constitution. Where is your say in that aside from the selection? Because it's not the council, the elected council, that's supposed to be in charge. It's a Tioshpaya Rep Council, and it's never been implemented. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we ourselves can agree on who our Tioshpaya reps are going to be, who's going to provide guidance to elected council, who's going to provide direction and oversight. That's the key. We say we want self-government, and the preamble in that Constitution says that we will abide by the laws of our people. How many of you understand what that means? How many of you understand what the Code Wichochan is? All the laws that we need in how we should live our lives and help each other and how we should support each other are in there. This Constitution that I read, it references us, but it's very Washichu in how it's written. A lot of that terminology can't be translated into English. Henagu, that constitution says everything is supposed to be written in Dakota as a first language. My colleague spoke about that. And how do we bring that back to the children, the Dakotas, so that they know moving forward what their roles and responsibilities are, how they are to be part of what we do and how we move forward? When he talked about the youth, do they understand their role and their responsibility? And are we helping them understand that? We us older ones, not old, older. Because that's really important, and that's what you talked about, education. And how important that is to ensure that our children and our grandchildren understand when they move forward and they get to these roles, how are we helping them to understand what that role is? Because we can talk about all the programs. I have a whole list of them here. But what we are lacking is a governance aspect, how we conduct our business with each other and for the Oyate. We Pazoka Wakpa Oyate. That is who we are. We're not Sioux Valley. That was an old Washiju dentist that gave that community this name back in the late 60s, early 70s. All of a sudden we became Sioux Valley, the land of the Sioux. That's not us. We know when we talk to old people from others within our 7 council fires, we say, "We Pazoka Wakpa Wahia." Oh yeah, I know where that is. We have to get back to those things. Honor our foundation as Dakota people. I know who all my relatives are. Are we teaching our children so they can help each other and uplift each other, so that they know moving forward what their responsibilities are? Because what we're doing, because we've all talked about programs, we've all talked about those things that are, and they are important. They're important. But that's money. That's writing proposals. That's going and meeting with government and convincing them that we need that money. But what do we do to implement that, and how? And who do we involve? Not selectively. Everybody has a right to be a part of the conversation and to help make those decisions. And that's the part that's been lacking, and that's the part that needs to be worked on. And for those that have helped, Pirawiyapya for your hard work and your efforts for helping us. But let's involve everybody else too. Now we talk about, and this is more the technical aspect, but it's really important because as she said, the government, we're not treaty. When you talk about the government, that's right, Liberal government's going to be out. And we suffered under the Progressive Conservatives, and that's going to happen again. And that's politics. We have to differentiate between politics and leadership. I'm not a politician. I know how the political system works, but I don't wear a political stripe. I'm about what's good for our people, for our Tagojas, for our Kunshis and Unkans and our relatives. And that's what leadership is. And too often we get tied up in the politics of things and we forget about all the important things that matter. I talked to young people, and young people came to talk to me. And what they want, first and foremost, is that they want to be recognized as being important. They want to be recognized for their voice. They want to be recognized for being able to contribute because their contribution hasn't been listened to. I see a young man standing at the back, Mitakoja, who's been working on these heat pumps for a community to help our homes and to help us save money, and also to help the environment, because that's one of the other things that the young people brought up at that environment gathering that was held here 2 weeks ago, when they said what they want to see with the land, and has anybody listened to them? They want to see us plant our own foods so that we can feed our people. And what's left over can be sent to market then to help plant again next year. That's coming from a young person. That's what Kunshi and Unkan used to say. But are we listening to them? Are we providing them with that opportunity? So it's really important, and I agree that the youth have to be involved. And the youth, when we talk about resources, the most important resource that we have as a people, as an Oyate, is human resources, and that's our young people and all of you. Because you all have ideas, and you all have recommendations, and you all want to input. That's why you're here. And you have a right to be heard. And you have a right to contribute. You know, talking about people that aren't hired here, it's written right in the Constitution that we're supposed to hire our own first. And if they don't have the skills, we're supposed to develop them and provide them with the opportunities and the training so they can become the leaders in the community, so they can be in the managerial positions.
2 minutes.
It's simple, we can do that. That's not enough time. We can do that. And those partnerships that you talked about, ACC and so on, of course it can be done. ACC, University of Manitoba, Brandon University, all of that. We could have our own satellite institution here, a post-secondary institution for our young people. Imagine how many people we could put through that instead of sending them way off somewhere and all the money that's expended on that. Expend it here, where they can help while they're doing that. So if I go through this list, we need a strategic plan. And now we get into the nuts and bolts of it. We need a strategic plan. We need a blueprint for how we're going to move forward and what we're going to do with that land that he talked about, and what we're going to do for economic development, and how the two are going to shake hands with our friends that are outside of this municipality and outside of in the province and in the federal government. How's that going to work? That plan needs to be put in place, but one of the most important things I talked about, human resources. We need a human resource plan so we know in 5 years' time, what is it we're going to have here? How many doctors, nurses, dentists, teachers, language teachers, all of that? How many heavy equipment operators, how many carpenters, electricians, plumbers, etc.? So that the children know when they're in high school that this is what we need here, and they can work towards getting there and take those courses they need in high school so they can get into college and get certified. It's really simple, it's not difficult, but there isn't a plan there that identifies that. How we can put that plan together so we can help our own and help our young people with the jobs and how they can contribute to the community. That's all they want to do is contribute. So transparency and accountability. According to the Constitution, we're supposed to meet 4 times a year, and we're supposed to have reporting done to the community so you can ask questions. You should be able to have access to minutes of council decisions so that you know what's going on. You also should have access to all of the budgets and the financials that come into this community. I've not seen one yet.
Time.
It's not a secret, but it's time. Thank you very much. Wopira amitake was.
So again, once again, we'd like to say thank you to the 3 candidates that nominated and running for chief. At this time, we're going to go on a quick 5-minute break to stretch, use the bathroom, health break, and then we'll get into the candidates for council. 5 minutes. The time now is 2 Test 1, 2. We got approximately 3 minutes to get back in. So we're going to be having everybody to take your seats as we'll be getting ready to go back into the candidates forum for council. Okay, at this time, we're going to be getting back into the candidates forum, going into the candidates that will be running for council. Starting off, we'll call forward John Bell.
Test. Oh, Medakapi. Those are tough acts to follow, let me tell you. Those are a lot of great ideas. Those are a lot of great talk. I'm sorry, am I out of the frame here? I'll stand right here. Do I look slim for the people out in TV land? I hope so. So yeah, so again, thank you all for coming. My name is Jonathan Bell, looking for a re-election nomination and nod for Weepazoka Wakpa. We've got, I can't even echo what was all said there. That all I know is this 2 years has been a real learning experience for me. We've done a lot of great work. We've done a lot of great projects. Looking forward to if we get see what direction the chief is going to go in. Again, that's going to be a choice of yours. We got a lot of stuff there that we kind of tackled, I guess, in my 2 years that didn't gain me a lot of popularity, which I'm fine with. It's a lot of the stuff, the hard stuff that I guess somebody else or nobody else really wanted to partake in, but it's a lot of the hard stuff that needed to be done. And my 2 years, we did it. You, the people, asked that these certain things be done. Okay, I did them for you. A lot of it is pertaining to our lands. Some of it was pertaining to our language. I've taken everything that I've heard from the elders. I've taken everything that I've heard from our younger people, and I've taken everything that I've heard from our working class. Tried to utilize that and tried to progress in a positive way, but like I said, some of these things weren't set out for some of the faint-minded. The biggest thing that really didn't gain any popularity was getting the Washichus off our land. I did that for you. It wasn't something easy, because I'm still getting some blowback from some of our own community members, which I'm willing to face. They can come up to me at any time, and I want to find the solution. I did the hard part. Let's find the solution to how we can better and utilize our lands. The other thing that in the 2 years that I've done is, again, the drug issue. I'm not a tough guy. I'm a big guy. I'm not a tough guy. But I've stood with our FS&O officers. I've gone to homes. I've gone to houses. Did some rough stuff to some of our people, which, you know, if there was another way to do it, it would have been done. But they chose to react the way they did. The good thing about me being at those situations was, after the initial search and seizure, I was there to provide service. This is something very touchy to me because family was still thinking my brothers, sorry. Something I took personal. Something that took me a while to come to grips with. And something that I knew somebody had to stand up and make the change, and I made that change. I had the great support of our FS&O. I have the great support of our community firefighters. They helped me, and I helped them do some of the hard tasks. And I support I appreciate the support that we got from the community. And yes, a better plan needs to be put in place for some of the aftercare that happens. Regardless of what happens on the 19th, that's a personal thing that I'm going to keep carrying on with that work. If the guys will have me, because I'm kind of the old guy, I kind of get in their way every once in a while, but you know, that's one of those things where if I give my support, then that's something that, again, is very near and dear to me, and I want to see this done right. We have a lot of progression there made with kind of empowering our youth. We brought driving classes. That's the thing of trying to get our kids to work. A lot of them don't have a license. That issue was addressed. Some of them took full advantage of it. Those are the other ones that didn't take advantage of it. Come on, we'll try it again. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep pushing. Some of the other stuff that we went through, I guess, again, learning how to talk to these federal government people. Still learning. But I have the gift of the gab. I know how to speak to them. I used everything that I have on my 27 years of work experience off this reserve, brought it back, and I'm utilizing that. Sometimes the trucker comes out in me again, but you know, sometimes that's what gets the job done. And working with the provincial government, what a bunch of crooks. They're not helping us. I can be that voice again. I'm still that voice. And even if, again, if I'm not chosen to take this spot again, I'll still be that voice. I like to fight. That's something that's followed me all through. That's something all through high school and school. The fighting came easy. I know how to talk to them. I know how to fight with their words. Looking at some of the policies that they've adopted there and how we're trying to implement them into our programs, they don't work. We found that out real quick. The thing that I was going after in my 2 years here was bringing empathy and the love and the caring and the transparency into those policies. And if they don't work for us, well, then let's change them. So that's what I've been pushing for, is that change of the policy. If it doesn't work for our individuals here, change them. That's what I've been going after some of the managers of these portfolios that I was handed. I did what I could with the portfolios. We still need a little bit of help. Again, 2 years. 2 years isn't enough to learn your role. 2 years isn't enough to try to implement the changes that you have. It's a little tough battle. It's an uphill battle. Because we're fighting on 3 levels here. We're fighting the province, we're fighting the feds, and we're fighting amongst ourselves.
2 minutes.
Holy smokes, that was 10 minutes already. Oh, you're going to make a choice on the 19th. If you want that voice, I'll be that voice. I can still be that voice, even if I don't get a spot. There's 5 positions here. I've seen all the candidates, my cousins, my brothers. They all have great ideas. I'd love to hear everything that they're going to do to keep us moving forward in a positive way. Again, sorry about I missed one. Some of the housing stuff there too. We've had numbers through the housing to help us with some of this hard stuff as well. So the 19th, I'm looking for your support. I'll be that voice, and we'll take what you have and I'll put it here, and this is where it came from. Was everything that I've done up to this far has been out of my heart. So good luck to the rest of the candidates. Appreciate you guys, and let's have a good, clean, tidy race. Hope it up.
Next, we call forward Shelley Blacksmith.
First of all, I want to tell everybody I'm just nervous. This is my first time ever speaking publicly. But I come here with nothing in writing. I'm going to speak from my chante. I've been asked numerous times to run before. I enjoyed the workforce that I worked for. I worked in, my first job was in the school setting. And I went through my education, through Bachelor of Education. And it's unfortunate I didn't finish because I was a young mother and I raised my children, my 3 daughters. And I pursued with them to follow their dreams. Today I stand in front of you that I want to make my dream a reality too. First of all, I wanted to tell you that when I was asked, I was coming back from work, I still didn't decide if I was going to run or not. And I had a whole hour to think about what I was going to reply yes or no. And I decided, one of my daughters works alongside me in the same community, and she put on this video, and that was the point. I just needed to hear that. My morals and values in life are given to me from my grandparents. I had good grandparents, and I had good parents that showed me my way of who I am. No feather or beads or leather or fringe is gonna make this woman, because I'm a Sioux. I stand in front of you with love for all of you. When I came in walking in that door tonight, I didn't know what I was gonna say. There's people here that have been in political office many times. I know my heart went out to the children of this community, because that's all I know is working with children. And I've came across grandparents and parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, all my relatives that always told me that you always voice what's right, and you're not afraid to speak about the wrongs, and you make it right. I've supported every one of you in this room. I know I have. Whether it was work, whether it was home. I've helped in many ways in this community with wakes and funerals and weddings and births. I witnessed everything. I can't beat the speeches that were told before me. Like I said, I don't have no paper. I have a fancy phone, but I'm not going to use that. I just said, I'm going to speak from my heart. I told my granddaughters about what I was doing. I wanted them here tonight, but it's going to be past their bedtime. I wanted them to witness how it is to be a role model in this community. And I think every day when I woke up that I would have been a role model in the best way I could, and still do today. I know my traditional, cultural, spiritual values because I had good teachers that are gone now, and I listened to them every day when they were alive. I went outside, like many of you. I have one bad habit. I love my chandi. It started when my mother passed. I'm sorry about that, but I picked that up most recently, and I always give thanks every morning with it in my own way. I don't go to bed without it either. The political office, I remember when I started realizing that in this community, when self-government first came into Sioux Valley, I remember the late Bob Bone. He was my backbone when it first started in this community. And I listened to him. I was working under him. And when he passed away, I decided to leave the community, and I worked out there. And I never looked back. I worked every day of my life. Most recently, well, actually lunchtime, I went across to where I work in the community. I met relatives, real young relatives. Their parents are from here. And they addressed me as Auntie, and they said, Auntie, I heard it's, well, they thought it was elections tonight. And I told them, no, it's a forum. And they said to me, well, why haven't you addressed anything or did anything about it? And I said, well, it's up to the people if they want to nominate me and elect me into office. But I want to share something too, that a day after I was nominated to run for council, the first phone call I got was from my boss for where I work. And they told me I couldn't I couldn't be speaking about the elections, but I was allowed to attend the forum tonight. I see all the fancy signs, all the brochures, all the posters. I wish that was me too, but I respect where I work. I respect everything that I do every day. I live in South End, and that started my motivation when, believe it or not, there was 5 deaths around my home. 5, imagine. I
2
bet you
minutes.
none of you can say that. 2 minutes. I didn't believe I could talk this much. But you know, that really hurt me for the families that lost loved ones. And at times when I come home, I always pray that I don't come into something like that again. I really think that we need to really bring back, because we are a self-government community, we can make our own rules. I said this many times. I think it was in the 53 they brought in alcohol in this reserve. And I'm appalled by that. We're self-government, and we can bring back that law to make this reserve a dry reserve. And to stand and talk about drugs, I was never one to do drugs. I never tried it. I was around it. I never tried it because I remembered my grandmothers. I wanted to say that I wish all the candidates all the best of luck. And for the people that believed in me, I'm grateful to put me up here to stand in front of you. I'm just shaking right now. Everybody's just staring at me. But I want you to know that I will do my best if I get in. I will still say hello. I will still love you all. I'll still give you the hugs that I've always given. I'm a hugger. Everybody knows that. I see my Kushi sitting over there smiling. But I respect everybody. And the leaders that were before, it's a hard position. I know that. I've somehow always voiced my opinion. It didn't matter if my opinion mattered or not, but I did. I always gave that. And my door is always open. There's only Harold and I that live in that big house. I always have coffee on. I have too much sweets in the house. But I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm over being nervous now. I'm comfortable now. I will be a strong Dakota to stand up for every one of you. I believe in the rights and wrongs. I believe in honesty. I believe in that can be strong like me, yourselves. But thank you for this time. And I wish all the candidates good luck. And I hope October 19th that my name will be up there. I will try my best. Thank you.
Next, going to be calling forward Louis Louis Bunn, aka Rolly.
Good evening, friends and relatives. And just like the last candidate, this is my first time being up here public speaking, so it is pretty nerve-wracking. I'd like to thank all of you guys, showing up, all our elders, the youth, if there's some here. My children finally walked in just in time. I'd like to thank the gentleman that nominated me, and all the others that encouraged me and talked me into this, and it's exciting. It's an exciting time for all of us. So a little bit about myself. My name is Louis, but not all of you guys know me like that, so everyone knows me as Rolly. I lived here in Sioux Valley all my life. We know the daily happenings, the daily struggles, the joys, the sadnesses. We're all the same. We're all Dakotas like that. We all have the same stuff. We have to treat each other with respect and honesty all the time. That's our Dakota way. My parents were the late Eddie and Janet Munn, and I've been married to my wife for 16 years. We have 7 children and 16 grandchildren right now. They're probably going to grow. They're still young. I've been working here in Sioux Valley for 40 years now. I started off in construction. I worked that for probably 25 years or so. We built numerous homes here all over within our community. We renovated a lot of homes too. It's probably one of the best jobs I ever had because I worked alongside my dad and my bro Jose. Can't beat that. I currently am a volunteer firefighter. I've been doing that for the last maybe 8 years, but I was off and on for the last maybe 30 years or so. My heart's big for that. I think we have a fantastic team. I believe there's 11 of us right now, or it could be 12 with our fire chief too. We work hard. That's a tough job. That's a 24/7 job. Every day, we get called. We don't get called every day, but we do get called, and you just jump up and go. We try and do that. I don't know. Yeah, that's a pretty tough job. All kinds of stuff in that one. I worked the last 15 years. I worked in public works as in a sanitation department there. I was the driver. That was a fun job. I got to visit all the people that wanted to come out and talk with me, or the ones that wanted to listen to me. It was always fun. Sometimes the visits got too long. A lot of friendships on that job. I got to meet a lot of people. The last 2 years I've been employed at the housing department. That's always an exciting job. Like, it's challenging, it's rewarding, Our housing, like some of the others said, it's in a crisis, and housing will always be in a crisis. It's not new here. It's not in Sioux Valley. It's right across probably North America. It's right across the world. It's like that. It's a crisis. Housing's, we got to keep pushing hard for our housing. We are getting better. I think, and if there's ever any questions about our housing and our housing department here in Sioux Valley, you can always welcome at our office anytime. We do try our best to help everyone, we're fair. We got to remember that. We always try and help everyone in Sioux Valley. That's the only way to be. I also spent numerous years coaching ball and hockey. Last 2 years ago, I got into a little bit of lacrosse. That's an interesting sport. I'd like to introduce more into Sioux Valley. Some of the things I would like to see in Sioux Valley would be youth and recreation, the education. You know, we look around at all our sporting events, we hardly see Sioux Valley teams. You know, back when we were coaching and playing, all our teams are always well represented from our community. We may not have won lots of stuff, but that didn't matter. It's always, for me, it's always for fun and games all the time. Our youth is always important. Everyone talks about our youth, but I think the step is to get out there and coach, whether it's hockey, ball, lacrosse, powwow, maybe games, or anything, as long as our youth's involved. Right to our 6-year-olds, right up to 30, I guess, as long as we all participate. And that, I think, sports will bring our community together. I think the last time I coached, we probably had 50 cars and 100 people watching a 9-year-old girls team. I think that's the way to be. I think that'll bring everyone together, whether, we're all kind of related here. We all have children and grandchildren that play regularly. We just gotta make more of an effort for them to participate. Another one will be housing, of course, right? We always have to try and get better. We are getting better, as you can see. We have beautiful homes now. All our renovations, we keep pushing. We keep pushing, and we keep fighting with the different government departments. We got to get better. We're well underfunded, and that's not new to us. Like, that's every department, every community in probably Canada, for sure Manitoba is underfunded. And as we can see, our houses still need a lot of work. I thank our current chief and council now for the amount of money and effort that they put towards our housing. Whether we renovated your homes or some people got new homes, and our new homes are decided by our housing committee. It's not decided by the housing staff or the chief and council.
2 minutes.
Nothing's really, like, if you want to know any other information regarding housing, it's there. We can tell you. You can sit down with us. I'd like to sit down with each of you guys too, to maybe have a different way or a better plan to get our housing department running more efficiently and better for our community. Like I said earlier, I was on the fire. I'd like to, maybe strengthen it somehow. I don't know. I think we are getting better there. We have new equipment. We have a big staff, so that they all work hard together. And so, in closing, I'd just like to say thank you to all of you guys that came today. It was, I know it's going to be a long evening yet, and wish everyone the best of luck, and get out there and vote on voting day. I think it's October 19th. And that's all I'd like to say for tonight. Thank you.
Next, we're going to be calling forward Jamie Hall.
Hami Dakipi. I would like to first acknowledge and thank Ozzie McKay for the opening prayer and Riverside, Dakota for singing the appropriate song to start our evening in a good way. I would also like to thank everyone in attendance in this forum here this evening and being so involved in this pivotal moment in our elections. This demonstrates that our Oyate is ready to get to work and get things done. With every occasion, whether it be a singer, an Ieska, or someone who is asked to say a prayer, a call to service is made when there is a need. In this election, many have been called upon to step up and serve our people. It is good to see that there are many candidates who have answered that call and having the courage to address the many issues here in Wipazokawakpa. However, many of us may not be selected in this election. But that doesn't mean we sit on the sideline and watch, but to actively be involved in processes. Now, since the signing of our self-government agreement, our laws and policies need to be constantly updated to ensure that we are heading in the direction that the Oyate has agreed upon. However, I haven't seen many forums where we can sit and go through any of our laws, policies, and most importantly, our Constitution. Our Constitution, being one of the most important documents, needs to be reviewed by the Oyate, you, the Oyate, as there has been movements within our community that doesn't properly align with what is written within the Constitution. There have been many debates on practices in previous years that we can no longer sit and complain. There have been laws that have been passed that don't align with what is inside the Constitution. So, I have asked myself, why are we passing laws knowing that our Constitution needs to be amended from the previous laws that have been passed here in the community? Having open discussion with you, the Oyate, and making amendments will be one of my focuses if elected this coming term, where we will sit with the elders for guidance, with you, the Oyate, and having our technical people who are from Wipazokawakpa put pen to paper and get these things done right. This past term, I have seen entourages heading in each direction, networking with other self-governments and First Nations, that they forgot that the work needed to get done with here. What information has been brought back? And how can we use this information to build on our own policies and procedures? Now, don't get me wrong. That is good to network with other forms of government. But during the pandemic, we have demonstrated that we can get work done using different forms of communication, such as Zoom, Teams, Skype, to get work done. These alone would have saved the nation money that could have been used elsewhere by employing our own people to work here in the self-government office. I have seen many of our people, our elders, traveling and helping our Dakota relatives in the neighboring communities here in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and the US. Our elders have helped these nations draft declarations or helping build frameworks for those governments and educating them in our Dakota language. I don't mean to sound selfish, but why haven't we employed them here in Sioux Valley? Why are our members continuously being pushed away from the community? If we put our differences aside and work together, we wouldn't have many of the problems and issues within our governance structure. Again, I am not trying to belittle or point fingers at anyone, but I am only addressing the elephant in the room so we can move forward. I want to work with each of you listening here tonight, as I believe each of you has something to offer in what is happening here in the community. Like I mentioned before, governance is an ongoing working department that needs to be continuously looked at as things are changing every day. Working with the Keystone Board of Directors in Brandon has shown me that this, as we are continuously amending the policies there, because things are always changing. Our Dakota governance, is no different. Our business sector has been stagnant since we came out of the pandemic. In the last term, some of you may remember that I wanted to build a strong foundation before we started investing in our future businesses. That way, the band will no longer be held liable if anything happened within our businesses. I am glad to see that there is fruition in this starting process, but it's been a couple of years and we are still on the starting line. We need to get moving and start networking with the towns, the neighboring cities, and other businesses within the Westman area. Wipazokawakpa is right in the middle of the Westman area that we can have a huge economic impact. Now, remember when I had mentioned the entourages that have been traveling in each direction? Those travel dollars, just picture this, accumulated, could have been invested in business ventures outside of Sioux Valley where we can possibly employ our off-reserve members. Those accumulated dollars could have been used to partner with other businesses and possibly developing economic opportunities in the number 1 in 21.
2 minutes.
We just need to use proper analysis and take a risk. Otherwise, we will still be talking about the status quo on what ifs. Sitting on boards on my financial background can help aid in the process as I can put together ratios using current financial position to determine what we are capable of doing. By developing business ventures, we can help off-reserve members find employment with the nation. Everyone wins when we invest properly and for our people. Creating opportunity and training our people have always been one of the major reasons why communities flourish. We have many projects on the go in Wipazokawakpa within housing, health, Jordan's Principle, our business sector, and public works. We need to be partnering with businesses who provide services within our community and getting our people trained. I have seen many jobs listed on our website, and I agree that the bar is set high to secure a job. But if we apply ourselves and secure funding to train our people, we can have many trained to apply for these jobs. With training and investing in our people comes with hard work and dedication. Those set bars are attainable, that we can have our own people trained in technical areas instead of hiring outside of the community. I encourage everyone to help me look for opportunity for further training and educating our people so we can have smaller lines at the social assistance office. Our band programs have many great managers that I believe are doing a great job. We need continuously be giving them credit where credit is due. We need to stop micromanaging where managers are often scared to move forward on things as they may be reprimanded. This needs to stop now.
Time.
Thank you very much. I was just getting fired up here. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll be calling forward Mark Hall.
Mitakia, friends and relatives. Again, it's very good to be back in the community. I currently live in Winnipeg. I've gone out there to look for employment for myself and my children. I'm kind of blown away from my Missoon's words here. You know, that was a good speech, and everybody else, you know, very good speeches. I wasn't really sure about running this term here, but something that really touched me was when our powwow was over here this year, and when a song was sung for the Cushies. I saw them dancing in a circle, and that meaning for me was that they were looking for answers for their children, their grandchildren, and the grandchildren that aren't even born yet. You know, that was a touching moment for me because, again, I've lived a traditional life. I lived up on top of the hill. I was raised by my grandparents, my paternal grandparents. They taught me quite a bit about life and about the 7 sacred teachings. And it gave me a good foundation of understanding about people, about our people here. You know, I wanted to share that last weekend we had a ceremony, a gifting ceremony in Winnipeg at the Human Rights Museum. And it was the 60 scoop. And when we were sitting there, we were singing. We were singing songs. In-law Ernie Daniels and myself, we were singing songs. And a lady came up at Dakota, and she was a 60 scoop. And she was asking about the songs, and she said she was from Fort Capel. And I asked her, well, who are you related? What's your last name? And she said, I think it's Redman. And I asked her her parents and grandparents, and she said she wasn't too sure. And I said, you know, I'm closely related to the Redmans too. I said, you know, we could be related. And so we had a conversation of, you know, how, you know, we were related. And it made me think, you know, our children out there, the ones that were apprehended in the 60s, they're still out there. And we have to try and find a way to bring them back to the community to ensure that they know that they're part of from Wipazuko Akapa. You know, there is a lot of, I'm going to say a lot of dollars coming through the province for projects like that, now more than ever since the residential school and day school stuff has been opened up. And there's been a lot of trauma-informed training that needs to happen so that we can, again, help our people as best way as we can. You know, I work at a company that, you know, we work with the residential school and day school survivors and intergenerational survivors. It's hard work, but it's very rewarding because, again, you're helping people understand who they are and where they come from. And so I just wanted to share that because, you know, again, as a traditional way, we always, no child is never alone. No child is ever by themselves, because in our kinship system, it is ensured that that child will never be alone. And so I look at that, and with that prayer that happened over there, again, coming back to try and help the community as best as I can. The other thing is CFS is in the process of making laws, Dakota Tiwahe. I'd like to be a part of that. I'd like to put in my, few cents into it and help it out again. These are things that we got to help each other. Again, we got to ensure the future of our generations. Ensure the next generation has a better place on Sioux Valley than I had. So I'm just trying to, again, give back as best as I could, as I can. The one thing that I wanted to say here, there's a big change now. The NDP is in there, in the province. Our first Manitoba premier is, one of First Nations. And he's made a commitment to helping the youth, and that's a commitment that I would like to hold him to. I don't know him personally. I've met him a couple of times. I've encouraged him. But, I'd like to see us as self-governing to go over there and talk to him and see where we can allocate dollars. See that we can bring them in here to our community to better the lives of our children and our grandchildren. The other issue that, I had, that a lot of candidates and the chief and the chief's candidates, they said that, land, we need to purchase more land too. Not close by here, so that we, natural resources. We have many Sundances here. We're known for them. A lot of people come to them. That's good. That's healing for our community, healing for people. But we also have to have trees and animals. I know that last year the province was trying to sell off all the Crown land. And as a hunter, I like to go hunt and bring back some food for our community. We need to purchase some land in order to be able to provide food for our families. A lot of us like deer meat, moose meat, elk meat, but it's starting to get very scarce, very scarce around here. So we have to, again, find that place where we can go and make it our own land. And I also want to mention that, Winnipeg, around the surrounding Winnipeg, there's land that is for sale out there. I would say make an investment. We're saying economic development. We have a Petro-Canada up here. Why can't we have one in Winnipeg? Make it available for our people, for others, but then that can employ people out that are living in Winnipeg, because it is hard to get a job in Winnipeg.
2
It
minutes.
is very difficult. And the other area that I would like to explore, I'm not going to say that I'm going to get it. It's a lot of work. I'm up to it. But since I was a young boy here, I would like to see a skating rink, an indoor skating rink in our community. I was very proud of Zach Whitecloud, first guy to be in the NHL at Dakota, to be in the NHL. And he referenced Sioux Valley all the time. If one individual can do it, imagine if we have the resources for all our kids to have that, to get a rink there. We can have more of our young people involved in skating and other activities like that. Those are the kind of things that I would like to see in this community. A lot of good things have been said about Sioux Valley. A lot of things. And, it's going to be a task You know, 2 years is sometimes not a lot of time to get a lot of projects going. But, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, it's up to you, the community, to select the people that you want. And, you know, I'll support the people that get elected. You know, we're all here as one, and I'm glad that they mentioned that we are all related. There are still people in Winnipeg that are living on the street. There are relatives out there. I've met a few of them. I've talked to them. I've mentioned how they've been related, you know, and, you know, trying to help them out as best as I can out there. But again, if we can, again, help them from the Sioux Valley, from our nation with things in Winnipeg, you know, the offices in there, there's an office there that we can try and help them out. And that's how our way of life, our Dakota Wichoka, is we help each other as best as we can.
Time.
So with that, mitakiwas.
So the next candidate is Melissa Hotain. Unfortunately, was unavailable to be here, but she did send a video, which we will be playing at this time.
Matakiapi, Melissa Hotai Makiapi. I am presenting to you this evening through video. Due to the change in the forum date, I want to share a little bit about who I am. My parents are Glennis. Matakiapi, Melissa Hotai Makiapi. I am presenting to you this evening through video. Due to the change.
So we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, so what we'll do is we'll take another 5-minute break here. Take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get right back into the candidates forum. We are going to be starting here in just a few more moments. We will be getting started in just a few moments.
Madakya.
Test 1, 2. So at this time, we are going to be getting back into the candidates forum here. We have our technical difficulties taken care of, so we're going to be going. Unfortunately, she could not be here, but she did send a video. So at this time, we'll be going to Melissa Hotain.
Madakya, Melissa Hotain Makiapi. I am presenting to you this evening through video. Due to the change in the forum date, I want to share a little bit about who I am. My parents are Glennis Elk and the late Ronnie Hotain. My grandparents are Dorothy Pratt and Wilbert Elk. And my paternal grandparents are Agnes Hotain Hall and Abraham Minnie. I am a mother to twin sons and a proud Kushi to 8 Tagojas, along with many more extended family. I wanted to share a little bit about some of the skill sets and why I'm running and why and what some of my priorities are for our community. I'll begin talking a little bit about my work experience and the skill sets that I wish to offer and bring back to our community. I have a strong work ethic, having worked all my life. With each job, I have advanced and learned new skills that contribute to effective leadership. I began my early years as working in finance as a clerk, and to my 20s, where I became a project coordinator and a policy analyst, to now a director level position for my last 2 jobs. I've spent most of my career working in policy, meaning I review laws and procedures and determine if they work or make sense for our people, and if not, have supported or made recommendations to leadership to advance change. I have helped support First Nations advocacy on many issues, including environmental rights issues, food security, First Nations treaty and inherent rights, having worked at the regional and the national level. I strongly believe in attaining higher education. Throughout my life, I've continued to take training and certificate programs that have enhanced my professional career. I've spent almost the last decade as an independent consultant, working for many organizations, First Nations, and government on various projects throughout the years. I understand federal and provincial government and have experience speaking and working in these systems. I offer these skills and also the values that I stand on of accountability, transparency, respect, humility, compassion, integrity, fairness, kindness, and loyalty. I also know how to conduct research, and throughout the years, I've developed several proposals for funding. Most recently, for our community, I developed the 2-year language proposal, which brought in $500,000 to ensure that programs, and we were providing classes and through various means to try and raise the rates of our fluent speakers. It was about 5 years ago, Sioux Valley at the time had collected the names of approximately 200 fluent speakers. And when at the demographics at that time, that was about 12% of our population. We need to assess where we are today and put in place a plan of action. There are several resources and conferences that our people have attended throughout the years, we need to bring back together what has been learned, what are those success stories and methods, and make sure that we adapt them here. We need short, medium, and long-term plans that aim for full immersion of our language in the future. In speaking with a neighboring Dakota nation, they only have 12 fluent speakers left. This should be a critical warning sign to advance and ramp up our efforts, as we may be called upon to assist our fellow Dakota nations. It's also important to build the capacity of our people through various training or assisting them in their career paths to ensure the success of our people once they leave for education, or to bring the education here. I've seen models of success in other communities where they brought in the training to ensure that they had healthcare practitioners, childcare, and much other needed professions in their communities. I know a few years ago as program managers, we conducted the exercise of what was needed most in our community, whether it was in health, infrastructure, education, and social. Those were top of the list. We need to look broadly at the needs in our community, but also what else is available for work in the urban areas. One of the key things that I put in the brochure that I developed was talking about our Constitution. And that is an important document and law that oversees the governance of our people. It was introduced in 2007, voted on again in 2012, along with the self-government agreement. Every year and every election, our new leadership swear to it. However, we're not utilizing it to the best of our ability. There are sections that need to be addressed, need to be modified, amended, and reviewed together collectively. The whole purpose of this document was written by the elders of the day to create balance and to begin to incorporate culture and protocols back into our governance system. We need to honor this. Through that document, ensured accountability through regular meetings, general assemblies, updates. It put in place, and what needs to happen is putting in place a code of conduct and protocols for our leadership, working together and addressing critical issues, addressing conflict of interest, but also ensuring communication. Once this is completed, then all other laws should flow from it. But it's so important that we return, revisit, and put it in place for actual use. I also want to speak to, again, the importance. One of the things I noted in my pamphlet was the importance of research and data. I've worked for many years in external organizations that have found good ways of doing research that benefits our people. And we should have our own research protocols in how we work with academia, how we work with others to ensure that that research belongs to us and we utilize it in a good way. Anything we do today, government asks, we always have to justify our funding, our needs, our asks. We should have baseline data in every given area, whether it's health, education, to know how we are measuring, are we closing the gaps, are we falling behind, and constantly monitoring how we do that. That's an important skill set to have, is that networks, the partnerships that you make with research and how it benefits our people. We need long-term vision and strategic planning. I've conducted this for many various organizations, most recently a very large one for 34 First Nations, and to the smaller ones as well. And this is a guide that, again, seeks the voices of the people, and they determine what those action items are. And it's important to have these strategic plans because it gives you the guide and the measures to determine how we're following up on our initiatives. And it's something that needs to be revisited regularly. I also believe we need a long-term health and wellness plan. And I'm happy to hear that the comprehensive health assessment is happening. Again, that's so important to measure where we are and where our needs are. And it should be incorporated into the strategic plan. When I was with Sioux Valley, working as the director for the self-government program, one of the things we were focusing on was the reconciliation plan. What does that mean to our people? What needs to be reconciled? There was a number of projects that were underway with regards to lands, genealogy, veterans, and other important areas. And it's so important that we continue that, we complete it. That reconciliation agreement that was signed with Canada was in 2018. There were several meetings that were held throughout that time. We need to ensure that that is moving and that we have a good, complete plan of what our ask is to Canada. That what we have is what we asking for reconciliation is adequate, that it includes land, that it includes compensation. Reconciliation is action. It's not just an apology or compromising of our rights. I also speak to the importance of funding and capacity development. And my goal is to, again, utilize my skill set of proposal development, negotiations, project management to ensure that we are moving ahead, that we are planning for long-term future of our people. I have many more priorities that I've listed in the plan here that I'm happy to share. Happy to share my brochure. I was going to share it there, but please contact me if you would like to have that or if you'd like to have the conversation on any of these items that I've listed, because they've also included the need for a law review, the importance of our culture and language, and how we're going to ensure that that's incorporated into our everyday lives in governance and down to the individual level. One of the things I was thinking about while I've been down here was really about the vision and our wish for our community, that we have a healthy and thriving community, one where our people are healing from the years of intergenerational trauma, one where our women are protected and honored, one where we are living in our true identity and culture as Dakota people, where children are speaking the language, and where we are preserving our traditions for future generations. My wish is we instill pride in our Dakota Wichocha into our youth. This is possible, and we need to do it together with a long-term vision and a collective strategy of the people. So I thank you for allowing me some time in our forum night to share with you some of my thoughts and my feedback, and again, I look forward to speaking with you. Thank you. Pidamiaya.
And next, we're going to be calling forward Carol Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to introduce myself, Shunka Waka Shawi Makiapi. I would like to acknowledge all our elders that are in attendance this evening and the ones that are viewing online. I think we have over 160 people that are watching this online right now. I would also like to acknowledge our ancestors that previously, I remember being in this hall, listening to these forums back in the day, and it was quite packed, actually. I'm surprised that there's not very much more people here this evening, but I guess everybody's watching online. During those times, I remember listening to the concerns that the old people have, many who are not with us right now, and we're still talking about those things today. I would also like to acknowledge our current chief and council for their work that they have done over the past 2 years. I can't imagine the challenges that they had coming out of COVID and for continuing on with the programs and services. Lastly, I would also like to acknowledge all the candidates that are running. It takes a lot of courage to stand up here in front of your people. It takes a lot of courage to, hear what other people have to say with differences of opinion. And all the candidates that have, that are here and that have put their name on the ballot, you keep doing what you're doing in the community. We see you. You keep, reaching out to others and listen to each other and continue to help each other. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was some of the topics that were already covered. We had, we heard some issues with the Constitution. We heard about Dakota reconciliation, mental health and wellness, community safety, our youth and our elders. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about was, we've been under the system of colonization for 146 years. none of us have seen what it used to be like prior to us being under the Indian Act in 1876. We talk about our systems of government and how it's not meeting our needs, and that's because this is all we have known. And we need to start listening to each other and listening to the old people right now, because those are the ones that have the answers. And we need to put aside our differences, because the only way that we're going to survive in this future is if we continue to work together and listen to each other and to be there for our children. And that's what we talk about quite a bit is, you know, our children, but what are we doing for our children? We talk about our laws and policies and how they need to be incorporated into Dakota, and how we work towards protecting our customs and our culture and our traditions. Because right now our policies are not written by us, they're written by other people. And these other people tell us, this is what's good for you, this is what you need to do, and this is how it's gonna work. And where is our voice? Where do we fit in as a people? One of the things that we talk about is mental health and wellness, but we also need to address the issue of lateral violence that occurs within our organization. Many people don't want to talk about that, and again, it's because of a system of colonization. How are we protecting our people, and how do we help them when we're there and when we're trying to keep our people down? With our Constitution, we look at our protection of rights and what everybody is entitled to. Do you know what you're entitled to under the Constitution? Do you know what kind of information that you should be having access to? We have audits, annual audits and budgets that are supposed to be made available to all community members, posted. Right now, the annual budget for last year is posted on the website as a summary, and that's it. There's no budgets. The annual reports are up there, but all the other financial information isn't. Everybody has a right to the 5 laws that we have. Do you know what the 5 laws are? The 5 laws are, we have a recreation, gaming, and amusements law. We have a land law that only applies to the 1 in the 21. We have an election law. We have a financial administration law. Where is that law? How come it's not being implemented? And then we have our most recent law, which is the community safety law. The community safety law was passed with 7% of our population that voted. Everybody has a right to those laws in the Constitution. We talk about accountability and communications. Where is those communications? We see a lot of, I see a lot of social media events, and that's good. You know, like we have a very large off-reserve population. So that's a good way to catch that information, but what about the people in the community? How do we get that information? How many here are actually on social media? How many of you use social media to find out what's happening in Sioux Valley? So see, there's not very many people that actually use social media, so how do we improve those communications? And we talk about communications going from the top down. So again, you know, when the chief and council make decisions, how is that information being forwarded on to the proper departments? How are staff being informed, and how is that communication being incorporated back into our governance system? With communications as well, we talk about we don't have opportunities for our own people to sit there and talk about these issues. It's nice to see, you know, everybody here today, and it's nice to hear all these issues being brought up from different perspectives, and why can't we continue this on a regular basis? Because we all have input, and this is all a concern to us. With Dakota Reconciliation, the statement of claim was filed in 2008, so that's 15 years so far. Where have we gotten in that? Again, you know, we heard of, you know, all the projects that were going on, but what's the end result? When are we going to get there, and what does it mean? So how many of you people know what this reconciliation is? And again, 15 years goes back to communications. And with reconciliation, we still have to prove that we were here. So how do we do that? And you know, that's one of the challenges that we have, because again, all our old people, all the ones that have that knowledge are leaving. So with that, we'll be working towards a mandate for negotiations, and then you know, we'll see where we go from there. We haven't reached that far yet. One of the things that, with mental health and wellness and addictions, I wanted to share something with you guys here today, and I have permission from my daughter. On September 23rd, I found out that my daughter was on meth, and I didn't expect that at all. Like, how come nobody told me, you know? Like, how could this happen? How could I allow this to happen? I had all these questions. And it was a Saturday, the day that I found out. I reached out to one of our addictions workers, and I'm glad that she was able to answer me. And I said, I need to get my girl into detox. And, you know, it was the weekend, and she was there. She was helping me. We got her into detox that day, and within a week, she was in treatment. And
2 minutes.
from there, you know, she posted on her social media that, you know, she was going to treatment and she was doing detox. And she got a lot of messages from her friends, her age. This is an issue. This is a crisis that many of our relatives, our people are facing. The first thing that worried me was my grandson. And, you know, like, what did he see? What did he see while he was with her? Or was he exposed to anything like that? I don't know. And there's a lot of people like that. And we need to increase our wellness and our addictions team. We need to have them on 24/7, and we need a team of workers, and we need to train our own people to do this. We have a lot of young people that are out there that have those gifts. We all have special gifts that we can use and that we can share, and that we need to have long-term and short-term supports for those people. We need to provide them with life skills and training and increasing the team and work on prevention, because that's the only way that we're going to get better as a community. Because we can build all these buildings all we want, but if we don't have a people, then what are we doing this for? There's other issues that I would like to touch on, and again, you know, 10 minutes seems like a long time, but then it's not. We have justice, we have our security, our safety officers that are, I don't know what they see, but I know they see a lot out here, and we should be supporting them as well and making sure that, you know, what can we do as a community to help them. We have economic development, and that was talked about with business creation, health, housing, our youth and elders. Where's the interaction between our youth and elders? Let's build a recreation facility for them so that our youth have a safe place to go, and that our elders can also go there during the day. Teach our kids how to cook, teach our kids how to look after their kids, give them those teachings, because there's a lot of young people in our community that don't have kushis and they don't have unkas, and if you're sitting at home and you want to help, then help them. That would provide a good opportunity and a safe space for both our youth and our elders. I'm available if you guys have anything that you would like to talk to me about. I may have missed some things, but I appreciate you guys listening to me.
Next, we're going to be calling forward Wilson Kennedy.
Oh, mitakepi. I'm the council of Waimaka. And talkers are gonna check it again. Toka Takataki Umtana. But the talk Chachi. Oh, it's the Waimaka. So government after that. 10 years ago. Oh, she said, come to the talk at the Takataki and come to that was that the when I was gone, she talk at and go Tawaiga I talk to ka. Set it to one check up ka. Ook het skampte, hoe skampka. Ja, stekte. Ook het stekte te hoe skampka. Tako mes app ik daar als chosen. Maar als ik zie doen kapen. Zet touch up in als ne. Hier gaan. Nog Toko een kokje van een ootje hebt ka Aussie hena samen hena meeting joba toko de chunk op de hena skamas je gaat nu eens op tere jonie het je aan go health that's coming now. You know, a whole bunch of them there. And go nurses that you now on check up then they dry out the chinka. So waiting time it's 3 to 6 months after that's when they're ready to go. So by the time 3 months, nos que caen una yapi team sinteras. We have to change that. Toko do koki ka hecha do skamka. Necha go o chinga de council at all parts in there. Necha go skamka stekter. No, mi take wasne.
And next we'll be calling forward Travis Mazawashichna.
Testing. Holy man. The people on the internet, my name is Travis Mazawashichna. My Dakota name is Tehika Chunku Gaga. I was raised by my grandparents. I come from the, on my dad's side, Mazawashichna and Taylor family. And on my mom's side is a McKay and Dewa. I'm related to pretty well everybody here sitting in this room. I've seen all of you grow up. And now that you're all adults to make a good decision, I thank you for your roles. In my community, we all have roles. We have responsibilities. Our Dakota language is sacred. The men speak differently than the women. We have to respect that. As all of you know, living in Sioux Valley, the community of Sioux Valley, I work as a safety officer. First Nations safety officer, and we do see a lot. If I get elected, I promise to clean up this meth issue. I too has been affected. I lost a daughter. I too, every time we go to a call, meth related, I get angry. It's not up to chief and council. It's not up to the safety officer. It's not up to addiction workers, mental health. It's up to everybody. Laws, policies, guidelines. What's holding everybody back? Everybody has a say in this issue that we face. We go into housing issues. We go into a home and the conditions that they live in. That's what you call third world issues. And the sad part is, they never ask for funding for renovations. So our housing needs to be ramped up to do the home visits. Everybody in this community that's employed, you're doing a wonderful job. But we need to do more. More. We get paid. We pay the bills. Everything's increasing. Food prices. We have buffalo here. It's not enough to feed everybody. What else do we have? There's so much that all of us have to do. All of us have to have part in the future. When I was a little boy, I shared this a lot of times. When I was a little boy, I was probably about 6 years old. My grandmother was probably in her 90s, and we all sat in front of her, and this is a story she told me. She said when she was a young girl, they were escaping the Calvary, the long knives, and they had to travel by night. Our people were bounty hunted. Don't forget that. We're bounty hunted. My grandmother survived in the Taylor family. Then my Kushi and Kada raised me. They were born, my mom and dad. Now it's me, the fourth generation of this community. We talk about the residential school. Last week we did a Every Child Matters ride, and we couldn't get into the residential schools. That's an issue. We have to feed the spirit of the child outside the school. My dad, his generation went through the residential school. My cousins went through the 60 scoop, and it's an ongoing problem today. The health team we have back there, they need more help. They need more funding. I heard some of you talking about additional funding. We could, all of us. This election's very important coming up to whoever you decide. I look at every one of you. You may love me, you may hate me, but that's how it is. A lot of people judge, and it's your right to judge. But if you're going to judge, do something. Make this community better, because that's what my grandparents went through. The residential school survivors, 60 scoop. My grandmother that was escaping the U.S. Calvary. They fought for us to survive. Now it's our turn to fight for the future. I take my son to school every other morning, and when I walk into the school, it makes my heart happy. Every one of you should go through that school in the morning because they're all talking Dakota. So we're going in a positive direction in the school system. So, working as a First Nation police officer, our department's in this wonderful program. It's called a hub. And this hub is, we involved social development, housing, health, all these different departments, the program managers, and they're finding solutions to a problem. They're targeting this one household that needs help, but we need more funding. Okay, if that person has an issue, we know he's on meth or drugs or whatever, what can he fall back on? How can we get help for him? So we have a lot of issues, ongoing issues.
2 minutes.
2:30. We have ongoing problems and issues. We all know the answers. We all communicate with each other. Whoever we elect, we could communicate with the 5 leaders, counselors. We could communicate with the chief. Bring your issues. We could create different committees. We need more of everything. With that, I'd like to say thank you. Matakiwas.
Next, we're going to be calling forward Billy McKay.
Test. Hometaakiapi. I never prepared anything. I don't have nothing written down, like some of you. I was asked, what are you going to talk about? There's a lot of issues that we have in this community. A lot of the issues that we have pertain to loss of identity. I'll explain to you where I come from, or who I am. I come from the McKay family. Kushinunka raised me. Eva McKay, Moses McKay. We, as a family, retained the culture, the language, through the 60 Scoop residential school era. They retained those things by fighting for what they believed in, who they were as people, Dakota. We all understand all the problems that we are having here. We can talk about them over and over. We can bring them to the table, talk about the issue and try and find solutions to those problems. But what I see is the lack of community support or community involvement. We definitely need to do something. And what I've experienced and learned living off the reserve since I was 15, recently came back, worked for Public Works. What I've seen out there in the Aboriginal communities in the city life is loss of identity. A loss of identity causes the individual to seek some sort of comfort, to fill a void that they don't know how to fill. And that comes with loss of identity, loss of culture, loss of language. All the issues that we all talk about and we all seem to care passionately about, but hard to initiate sometimes. So by me experiencing city life and knowing how individuals have been affected by residential schooling and some schooling today, these higher institutions of learning, they teach about Indian, but never about what it is to be one. These individuals that are lost, they seek the help, but it falls on deaf ears a lot of times because it's the people that are hired or have the education from higher institutions of learning are all European mindset or code of ethics, as I like to call it. They teach in a manner that is understood by them and them only. When you try to teach an Indian those concepts, it falls on the wayside because it makes no sense to an Indian. That is what I see as the issue that we are all having all across Canada, United States, as tribal people. We are trying to incorporate a foreign government way of thinking into our own Dakota way of life. These are two different mindsets, two different ways of thinking, two different ways of culture, two different ways of spirituality. Spirituality is something that I notice a lot of people are losing. If we really want to help one another or be a community, we must understand that we are Dakota people. The Makota do, the Nikota pido. If we lose who we are as Dakota people and our culture and the way we govern ourselves, then we will be extinct. We utilize a constitution for self-government given to us by a higher sovereignty. The illusion of sovereignty, still dictated by a higher sovereignty, which is supposedly Canada, de facto government. It is a corporation, just like the chief and council system, that is designed by them in that foreign government, that foreign style. It is designed to divide and conquer a people. To divide and conquer a people is to destroy them because they have no sense of value, of community, of wa'unshida, wawokia. Where did those values go in this community? It was beaten out of our grandparents through residential school. It was psychological warfare in the 60s scoop. A lot of lies went into that by the federal government. And we still stand here today with our hand out saying, you need to help me. You need to give me this funding. I need to help my people. I would like to see our people help ourselves. We know who we are. We all want the same for our people. Language, culture, those values to be prominent here. But we fail ourselves by thinking Washichu. We are not Washichus here. Damako tapido, Daniko tapido.
2 minutes.
That's not a lot of time. So what I want to see is our community come together as a whole to be able to look after ourselves with our own Dakota values and traditions, our own sovereignty, our own jurisdiction. Self-government doesn't give us that. It gives us the illusion of thereof. An apology, if accepted by the individual, relieves the perpetrator from the crime. Why does Canada want an apology? They are actively still committing genocide upon us, and we must rise as a nation. We must rise together. I want to see our grandmothers, our grandfathers, the ones in this community that retain the language and the culture in our school. If they beat it out of us, then we can definitely help ourselves by putting it back into the school as an immersion. An immersion school that I know will happen because one of our members on our reserve is raising a grandchild, and that grandchild only knows Dakota. He is a fluent speaker. And the reason why he is a fluent speaker is because the grandparent, the Unka, wanted him to speak only Dakota. Now our community and our services and our programs that are supposed to protect him removed him from that home. Why? Because we think Koshichi, and we think that's what's best for him. And it was not. We need to come together to be able to solve these problems with a Dakota mindset and be who we are as Dakota people. We do not have a treaty. They cannot tell us what to do. We dictate what we do in our own nation, in our own community. That is what a nation is to come together and have your own language, your own culture. That is what gives us our jurisdiction and our sovereignty. And if we lose that, we lose everything. Self-government is designed to dismantle that. We need to find out who we really are. And we need to move forward in that manner of sovereignty. Thank you very much.
And next we'll be calling forward Daryl McKay.
Ho mataki api. Tana chante was stay and a page use apido. Hokshida hota maki apido. I'd like to say that I'm very humbled, honored to be nominated for council. I've thought of this in the past, I've thought of it before, but I just didn't feel the time is right. Dad said to wait. And now, before he passed, he said, now's the time. So, and when I was asked, I was very surprised. It was a good feeling that someone thought enough of me to ask me to run for council. So I thought of it, and I thought of a lot of the things that, issues that concern me with our community. And I put down notes and thought of things that concern me, but for me, from what I've been taught, to be a leader, you need to listen to the people. You need to talk with the people and not talk to them. Listen to their concerns. You know, you're representing the Oyate, you're speaking for them. So when you go out and talk to various governments, we have to keep our people in mind, what the concerns are, what the issues are. We have to represent them in a positive way, but we also can't be saying okay. We have to fight for our people, for our Dakotas. We have to represent them in a way that's going to benefit them and bring positive to the community. Right now, like you see, our community is doing well from what I see, from what I think, my opinion. They're doing well. You can see the progress. There are a lot of jobs have been created, and we need to continue to do that. We need to continue to make our community better. I remember years ago when I was a teenager, we go to Powell's, people ask, they would ask Dad, where are you from? Sioux Valley, he would say. The look on their face, they had so much respect for our community because of how well they were back then. We lost that somewhere along the way. We need to get that back. These are things that, how I think leaders should be. From my teachings, from what Dad has told me, what Kushinankan had taught me. I know there's a lot of issues, you know, drugs and alcohol. Yes, we need to deal with that. We need to help those in need. We need to be there as a community. We need to come together as a community to fight for our people so that the future generations, there's going to be something here for them. We need to deal with that drug issue, the alcohol issue, and help them. We can't be pushing them aside, or, you know, they go to treatment, they come back, there's nothing for them once they're done. Well, they're going to relapse. You know, those are some of the issues that I have on my list. There's a lot of other things that I would like to see and that I would fight for. But being a leader is, you have to be humble. You can't be thinking, oh, I'm all this, I'm all that, whatever. That's not it. You know, I think our leaders right now are doing a good job, but we can always improve. There's always room for improvement. We have to include our off-reserve members as well. There's a reason they're not here, whatever it is. That's their choice. And sometimes it isn't their choice. There's nothing to come home to. There's no housing for them. Well, those are issues that, you know, we need to work on and we need to improve. But as like I said, there's always room for improvement. We gotta work on keeping our language. We have to really, really work on that. I was talking to an auntie of mine, and she said when they go to a school, there's a school they go to, and the kids, when they go in that door, there is no English spoken in that school. It's all Dakota. These little kids, all the young ones, everyone, that's all you hear. She said it's such a good feeling that we need that. We have to do something. We can't just sit back and, oh, somebody else will do it, or wait for someone else to do it. We have to step up, and we have to do that now. And now our elders we're losing them. All their knowledge, all their language, we're losing that. We have to fight for that, and we have to do something now. That has to happen. Being a leader, you also have to be transparent. You have to be open to criticism. People are going to say things, but you have to be professional in your position. You know, you listen to what they say, and you know, some things that they're going to tell you, maybe you didn't think of. Well, you know, there you go. They're just helping you. You know, you have to listen to the people. And if whatever goes on with the band, the people need to know. You have to inform them. You got to keep the people informed.
2 minutes.
We have people that we hired from off reserve. You know, that's an issue, but there's reasons why they were hired. Maybe nobody applied from home, nobody's qualified. Well, that's just the reality of it. But those people need to know they work for us. They have to live and conduct their job pertaining to us. You know, if the office is going to smudge, okay, well, that person needs to take part. If they want to work here, this is Sioux Valley. We Pazoka Wakpa. They do it our way. Same when you talk to government officials. We can't be saying, yes, okay. No, we do it our way. We have to fight for that. So those are just some things that I thought of. I made notes on my phone. But if anybody wants to talk to me, I'm always available. You know, I'll come and see you. You don't have to come to my house. I'll come and see you. I'll come to your house. That's all I have for tonight, but feel free to contact me at any time, and I'll meet with you and talk with you and listen to what you have to say. You know, there's a lot of ideas, and I don't have all the ideas, but that's how we learn. Aho.
And next we'll be calling forward Kenneth McKay.
Hamatakeapi. Dakota zeki wakuta ste makiapta. Da makota. Diti khata makega nagapta make to ka wahde kapke. You people wahde kape. Tikataku ji obras dege takurine iwo da kabe self-government ahape. Self-government ahanata he unhapre. Donkatape. He unhape. Tone tuera kapa te uga ovana self-government reach upset. Api ukimshna chi hantant anata okan kushi dena self-government hechape. Hechachi chahape. Anaku abrake. Tue wazirache Dakota. He Piwete and she said Dakota Yeke Nache Roha Mane. Daku self-government aptekahan Dakota Yab he Tokaya Okapta. He Tokaya Ahana Washington Yabe Inupa. Nakushi Oshitu Yaptishanka. Het me touch him, Ishi Damakotanaka. Why give Macha Ahanataha? Hana to work when about 6 months ago, I Hana when he walked to my we need you to run up. Het Ibruxa the Itansha Bedana Tokish Kamba Takuku Yatokship the Kaba. Had to do a Kamakakri Kamana Hamaki ape. Taku the Toksha Oyanki said ape. He ing kicked the kicked the Uchimped ape. Jeho ape. Takuku Ota when I went 18 Abras again. Ukshemina Shakoi Yamani Hanaksha Erumshne. Hensho Ukshena Yamani Zapta Hanaksha drugs and alcohol Erumshne. Taku deno kitopshne. Dana don't cut up it. Don't cut up dana takuku. Talk it get oyata togate ki yapta. Health and happiness ape. Hana ere tokata huduzapta. Mishata kahanata. Ichi omanka kape. Homank segata. Ina ate like. Wons bemank upe. Homank segeha. Monetus zapta shock pe heriket. Hento prejuta. Kambana ishakshaka. Hetsana tokenu hetsake makaka. Hesse yomakvishan say homakshiraka. What chat I want to stay home and play with my brothers. It's a tanak gashik. Amayaba Kambana prejuta shakshaka. Het to clear out the hair, which has to come a kakachin, very stackerish and kahan won't speak hair and makupe. The court pursuit again, ukitape. Watchik again, ukitape. Or doing an ukitape. Don't it do a capita, hana, self government a hape. Don't it took care of federal government uba, provincial government uba, taku deno spunkipsha. Hana ukitape. Ukisha don't cut up in a kahana hanata on concho bana hana hana happy tokata taku teheka like about the Egypt said ape kahan toket ke kadogo ki up the na uspel capture chi hana ukia hana uspech chapter ukiape taku what chi up the na ukupe wana Yabe. Yabe he Dakota yab de wakanchet ape. Dewi chota gam denaka uji older people. Denu akechnekepe Dakota yabke. Hana tokata ki shijesek dena. Tokata ki yab de etsa hana Dakota yab dena ukachnikapta. Hudoha manipta. Kaha ukija we did our part when I had. Yaba, wachek yaba, odoambana wasna. Dana no na hun ukija hape. Het hanat shijetek dana monspe chunk up the ukiape. Tony tora naka pegetche federal government, provincial government dana uba kokaka ukim tisha hana ukitape. Hato shita like that. Dana uko kachnik up since Dakota yapke. Good evening. My name is Ken McKay. I'm from Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation here. I'm from this community. I was born here, raised here. But I left the reserve because I wanted a future for my son. My mom and dad always taught me that you have to look after your family. But what they meant too is that you have to look beyond that and look after the people too, which they taught me when I was a young boy. And the individuals that approached me and asked me to run in this coming elections asked me and said, we need some changes. We need some positive changes in this community to move forth. So I looked at the community and I thought, you know, the community is running good, but there's always need to be positive changes. Something more better that we can give to the younger generations that are coming. So when they come of age, they know how to handle some of these situations and be aware of what the outside world is all about. And it's not about drugs and alcohol either. It's about the health and happiness of the people. And that's what we always have to think about when we're the candidates that came up here and spoke and talked about their ideas and concerns, and it's nice to sit back there and listen to that. This is what we have to teach our younger generations. One of the ideas that I had too is that to mentor. Somebody mentioned that earlier that we're getting more and more people from the outside that are coming to this community and working, which is okay, but then we also have to teach our young people, mentor them into some of these positions where they can carry on. And always remember that they're here for the people first. To me, that's what self-government is all about. We know what self-government is. Nobody has to teach us what self-government is. We know what self-government is, and that's what we have to pass on to our younger generations coming up. We know to teach them how to handle the bureaucrats. The bureaucrats are never intent to help the communities. Sure, they'll offer us a few dollars, which is okay to carry on for the time being, but then our younger generation have to learn that and be taught to stand up for themselves and be proud of who they are as Dakota people. Ikshewich, as we call ourselves. That's something that we have to teach our younger generations coming up, because we don't know what's going to happen in the next 5, 10 years, 20 years. I feel sorry for them, because 20 years time, my time might be done on this earth now, and I'll go on to my next journey. But I always like to leave something behind for the people, the younger generation, that they don't run into any problems like what we saw with our residential school people, and how hard they had lived their lives having to fight different types of substance abuse, sexual abuse, all these murdered and missing women that we have right across Canada and around the world. I've seen our people, our women being tortured, and that's not our world. Our world at Dakota people is to live together and help each other. And we get caught up in this outside world, and we have to teach them how to handle certain situations that we come across. There's COVID that we just went by, and there's another COVID coming again. Some of these old teachings that we have, they're simple, but then they taught us how to use them, and we have to learn that. Just like I was taught when I was 5, 6 years old how to make medicine for the elderly people, and I'm grateful that they taught me that. I grew up in a traditional and cultural family, so from both sides of my paternal and my maternal, both sides were highly spiritual and traditional. One of my Ogans, my grandfather on my mom's side, fought the federal government because he didn't want his kids to be taken to residential school and be taught the Western way of life. He wanted to teach his kids to grow up to be Dakota people. But next day, the Indian agent came with RCMP and took my mother and her siblings, and they took my grandfather, put him in jail for 6 months, just because he didn't want my mother and them to go to residential school. So these kind of things I've heard and I've seen, and it's up to the Oyate, you people, and the people that aren't here today, to vote for the people that you know that are going to be carrying on these traditional ways. And don't be afraid to speak up, because, you know, the chief and council aren't leaders unless they listen to the people. You have to listen to the people, the Oyate, in order to be successful in what you want to accomplish in your 2-year terms. So those are some of the things that I want to touch on. I've worked outside the community for 40 plus years, and I know how the outside world works. I sat on different boards, committees, and if you want to talk about economic development, I worked in different communities, helping them, trying to get their economic development programs going. I've done a lot of policy, strategy, planning session, and you can have one thing I've always said, that you can have the best policy in the world in a community, but if your leadership don't follow it, then what's the sense going to all these policy strategy meetings if you're not going to implement what you're being taught? So those are some of the things that I wanted to touch on, and I want to give good luck to all the candidates that are running, and I leave it up to the Oyate to make the proper right decisions in having your new chief and council for the next 2 years. Haho, piramape, matake was.
Next, we'll be calling forward Kimberly McKay.
My name's Kimberly McKay, and I just want to point out that I'm a little sick, so if I'm coughing up here, that's why. So I just want to start by talking a little bit about myself and an introduction to who I am. I'm not the only Kim McKay in our community, so I usually go by Kimberly, so that's, so. I'm the daughter of Arlene McKay and Ron Daniels. My Kushinunga are Moses and Eva McKay. I'm also the mother to 4 children. A little bit about my education. I have a business administration with a specialization in accounting, and I have worked quite a number of years in the area of finance for different organizations, and more recently, I've held positions within the community with our own finance department, as well as the communications, and currently I'm an executive assistant. The positions have given me a great understanding of how the different departments and programs in our community work together and where our resources lie. I firmly believe that the heart of our community lies within our families. As a proud mother, I've personally experienced the immense satisfaction of family in shaping the lives of our children. Family is not only the foundation of our people, but it also is the source of our strength, resilience, and the identity as a Dakota people. Our children are our future, and it's our duty to help them learn, to grow, and to thrive. This is a lesson we've inherited through our generations. They're the ones who will keep our culture, our values, and our traditions alive. Every child has the potential to be strong, a connected part of our community, And we must create spaces where they feel safe, encouraged, and inspired to dream big. This means providing access to quality education, mentorship programs, extracurricular activities, and opportunities for personal growth. By nurturing their talents and ambitions, we equip them not only to succeed in their individual pursuits, but also to contribute back to our community. We need to advocate for enhanced educational resources, curriculum that celebrates our Dakota culture, and programs that prepare our youth for the challenges and opportunities of the world. Together, we can nurture a community where every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential, where every family is supported, and where our future is bright and promising. As a self-governing First Nation, it's our responsibility, and I believe it was the vision back then, to achieve self-sustainability through economic development. We must take charge and guide our community towards self-sufficiency to secure a stable future for our community. While those funded projects might seem like a quick solution, they're more like a temporary patch on bigger issues. The real and lasting progress comes from us generating our own income. Through self-governance, we have the ability to make that process even easier compared to other First Nations who are not self-governed. We have the means to make our own money. We can reinvest in our own community, making our future better. This means investing in education, creating more sponsorship opportunities, and providing training that really matters to our members. Our goal is to empower our community members and give them the skills they need for success in the long term. I also want to touch on community healing. And the connection to intergenerational trauma, which is affecting every one of us in some way. When I was a young adult, I heard this term, intergenerational trauma, but I never fully understood what it meant at that time. But now with the focus on Indian residential schools and now with the focus that the Indian residential schools are receiving, we are learning so much more about the effects of trauma that we face as Indigenous people directly resulting from those institutions. While we've seen a significant spotlight on the painful history of residential schools and the atrocities that occurred, this time we shift our focus towards the healing process. What's crucial here is to develop culturally appropriate mechanisms for healing, and that begins with understanding how we as individuals, within our families, and as a community, to share in healing. This journey towards healing is about recognizing the pain that has been passed down through generations and taking proactive steps to break this cycle. It starts with healing ourselves on a personal level, working with our own emotional and spiritual well-being through our language, cultural practices, and traditional healing. By extending this healing to our families, we create a stronger support network that uplifts each member. To achieve this, we must unite as a community. Together, we can be a powerful force for positive change. By prioritizing healing, we strengthen the bonds that tie us together and ensure our future is one of resilience, wellness. It is time for us to come together as one, supporting each other on this shared journey towards healing and transformation. I just want to thank everyone for listening and considering my thoughts for this important role. I know I have only discussed a few items, but I know there's even more need that we need to address in the community. But I believe these are important for our community's health and future success, and I'm passionate about making a difference and seeing our community prosper in a positive way. And I thank you for considering me for this important role, and good luck to all the candidates.
And next we'll be calling forward Michelle Rosmus.
Hamatakyapi, friends and relatives of Wipazoka Wakpa. Thank you to Oswald for the opening prayer, the singers, and to the electoral officer for setting up tonight's forum, candidate forum, and to our communications department for live streaming tonight's forum for all of our community members. My name is Michelle Rosmus. My Dakota name is Chinupatisi Nawi. I currently hold a counselor position and am seeking re-election. You're given 10 minutes to speak, and you sit and you ponder what you're going to speak about. And so much you want to share when you can't, because given the time to stand up here and only speak of a few topics, when in reality, all of our departments are important. And you can't just focus on a few. You're elected to represent and speak on behalf of all 3,600 plus community members, and every one of our governance structures represents our nation. During our first year, we struggled through a pandemic, which was hard on all of us. As a parent, we've seen our struggles with our children, school, and academic struggles of home packages. And if that wasn't enough, we struggled through our children returning to school in unfamiliar surroundings, some new, some old. We are facing challenges within our children adapting to new ways of classroom learning. We see children struggling with anxiety, isolation. The harm inflicted by the pandemic goes beyond academics. During the pandemic, our community faced loss of family members. During that time, we have our Tioshbas there to surround us, surround you, help you, comfort you, and help you in your journey through mourning. And we couldn't do that. And those are important parts of the grieving process. So we have a community that is hurting, and that is needing the support. We need to start healing as a nation, and we need to do that with our Dakota traditions, our Dakota culture, our Dakota values, and our Dakota laws in our home, our school, and our community. Together we can improve this. Working together, we can do this. Some of these passions I have for our future is education, ensuring that our children are receiving a land-based education that includes traditional Dakota language, values, and academic education, equal to every other child. We need to have young, educated youth to come and to represent us as a nation, and to have those values instilled in them. And focus on the needs, the values, and the dreams of the children. This is why we have our youth group started within our Oyate and our junior chief and council to have participate where possible, and to hear, encourage, and to contribute to the future of our nation. Housing is always a hard topic, but an important one. We have monies to build homes within our nation in the course of 4 years. 5-bedroom homes, 4-bedroom homes, 3-bedroom homes, 2-bedroom homes, and single homes for our single individuals within, and for independent living within our Oyate. Accessing and purchasing land for our nation continues to grow, and the current lands we have will not sustain us for future growth and our future developments. We have a working relationship with our surrounding communities. We have acquired water to run to the corner of Highway 1 and 21, where we can start developing, whether it be independent endeavors or Sioux Valley endeavors. We started a community garden, a greenhouse, and soon to have a hydroponic garden to become a nation able to self-sustain our food as well as our traditional foods so we can provide for our schools, our daycare, Dakota Oyate Lodge, and each home in our Oyate. Our environment is important, what is harmful to our lands, what will benefit our lands, plants, and vegetation, educating and involving our children and our youth so they can look after and be our land and water keepers for our nation. Building capacity within our nation is something that we're striving for, and we have started with our own community members. They all have their strengths and the gifts that will benefit our Oyate. We would like to see more of our young people take an interest and invest in them. We see community addictions, mental health issues. We need to find our resources within ourselves to help our community. We heard of the safety of our community and the concerns from our elders and from our youth. The safety officers are here, but have the training to do so much. And it only allows for them to do so much. And that's why we have the First Nations police services that will be coming back into our community so that they're here 24/7 and visible to our community, and the safety, and our elders can feel safe within their own homes. Your voice is important. A positive voice will bring positive thoughts and bring positive concerns. I want to thank my fellow co-workers within Sioux Valley Oyate governance for working diligently with us these past 2 years through a pandemic and hearing our goals, our visions, and bringing them to light. And for the patience of our community, we understand things may not happen overnight, and I feel the frustration on that, but together we will get it done. I would also like to thank our elders in our community and our youth, many of which I've had the honor of sitting with and talking with and learning from. I thank you for your patience and your guidance.
2 minutes.
I want to thank my family for coming out and supporting me, even though it's past bedtime. I appreciate that. Again, I thank everyone for joining us this evening in person and online. I am available to anyone to share and listen to ideas, concerns, and solutions. I just want to end with my continued dedication to our Oyate. I am a hard worker, fair, and passionate. Cultural and traditional values I hold. Determined, compassionate, vocal, approachable, experienced, and efficient. It'd be an honor to continue to work for our Oyate and represent Wipazoka Wakwa. Appreciate your support. Come next Thursday, October the 17th. Kadamaya.
Next, we'll be calling forward Anthony Tatchin.
Testing. Hello, Mitakipi. Good evening. I know that the off-reserve are listening, and Brandon and Winnipeg and wherever they may be, they're still all relatives, so I can speak the Dakota language, but I'll stick to the colonized language for those listening right now, because I feel issues are very important to hear right now. Because the question at hand right now is, why did you decide to run for council? So I thought I'd give a little bit of why I'm still in this game from 1998, and why I still think I still have more to offer, given a cohesive team that'll willing to work together. I've seen chiefs and councils come and go my many years in this office, and each one has brought lots of things to the table. Each ones have done their families proud. They're all relatives. We have a lot of elders that brought a lot of things to the table as well. Most are passed on now. Everybody grieves for them daily. We have a lot of people here to thank for the things that are happening in Sioux Valley. There are definitely a lot of things that need improvement. But the question I have today is, who's going to take my place? Mitakipi, I'm very worried right now. I heard the candidates' speeches, I heard the chief's speeches, and they're all good. We know things need to get done. But there are many paths with this road. There's lots of paths that need to be taken, and it can't be taken by 6 people. My priority right now is I was overseeing the First Nation Safety Officer program. I thought my experience as an ex-cop would help. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. Councillors Taylor, Councillor Bell, I thank them daily for coming all the time. We get called out when the serious calls happen to provide backup to our people, our safety of our people. We've seen the deaths, we've seen the suicides, we've seen the overdoses. I'm not the same man. I joke with you on a daily basis. I greet you with a joke. That man is slowly fading away. And before I leave this earth, I want to make sure there's a path for our kids to replace us. Because I drove by that cemetery the other day. You all need to take a drive up there. We can promise all the things in the world here, but our cemeteries are filling up with young people. We need a treatment center bad here. We don't need pats on the back. We need a treatment center. We need our traditional people to be listened to, so when these kids get out of that Washicha disease, that they can come back and have the traditionals to listen to for their language, their songs, and the way they're supposed to conduct themselves, women and men, boys and girls. We spent so many years fighting each other over these jobs, these positions, these things that we do, that we forgot that our Takojas are coming up now. What are we leaving them? I am tired of seeing parents grieving up at these cemeteries when they go. Take a step back and look at what's happening here. This Washicha drug that's coming into our communities and hurting every community around the surrounding areas, we're not the only ones. It's not an Indian problem. It's a Washicha pandemic as well, if you want to say epidemic, whatever you want to call it. It's not making our kids think clearly. And that's sad to see one of our Takojas, one of our kids sitting there talking to somebody that's not there. And then doing the bad thing of taking their own lives because parents don't know how to deal with it. I wasn't an angel when I was young. But boy, we didn't live like this. We didn't kill each other. We didn't threaten old people. We didn't threaten young people. We didn't take people's money. So until we make all the promises in the world, you need a council that's going to work together to do this treatment plant. That's what I want to see, a treatment plant. These kids have to start somewhere. Our young adults have to start somewhere. Right down to the drug dealers. They're still our relatives. Some of them need to find that path back to being Dakota again and be helped that way. Don't write them off. Don't write anybody off. I know there's success stories. I've seen them. Coming off meth, leading a productive life. I've seen them. But when you got a child that's already crying in your arms with the First Nation safety officer says, I want to go to treatment, and they tell you there's a waiting list, that's not right. I'd rather see us all lobbying together, standing together at the Manitoba Health and saying, we're not putting up with this, you're going to fund this thing, you're going to build this thing. NDP, you're going to help us, you promised the world. And take them up on it. Give them a space to build a treatment center near us. Give them traditional facilities around that they could utilize while they're in treatment. Sweat lodges, Sundance. Take them back. I don't fault anybody for not knowing their language. I really don't. I was lucky. My mom and dad taught me. My siblings taught it. But now I'm sounding like I'm bragging because a lot of people didn't have the family structure I did. Some of these kids were orphaned before their time. Some of my Takojas that I just found out, one girl just found out today she was in the Dakota way, my granddaughter. How is my dad related to you? She asked my daughter. So she called me and asked me, and I said, I'm her father's uncle. In Dakota ways, that's my granddaughter. That was sad. How many kids are going through that route now, not knowing who their grandparents are? We're grandfather ages now, some of you back there. I'm seeing too much of you elders sitting at home when you could be utilized to tell us to get back on this right road of getting our kids on the road again. No more judging. This problem is in all our families. So I could give you a rundown on who I am, or I could write you a thing about what I want to do and stuff like that, but you guys all need to know that's my only priority right now. The rest is all process. If you want a school, the team will build you a school, the resources. We gotta allow our directors to be what they are, directing their staff to apply what they've learned out there, bring it back, and build it. We're not supposed to be micromanaging them. We have a lot of educated people here, a lot. There's people here that need to be taught how to look after their women and children and wives and elders in terms of protecting them. I'm not talking about protecting from our communities. I'm talking about the next threat that's coming here, and that's these other people out there that aren't from this country coming here to take our kids, our young women. Let's prioritize that. Allow us to have these safety officers do their job.
2 minutes.
No, I want 20 minutes. I'm just kidding. But with that, you guys all know my background. I came from a proud moment in my life where I spent a few months in Shiloh taking basic training. I got a brother, I call brother here, that we were in there with some other guys from Sioux Valley who were selected to be the recon team in CFB Shiloh. They taught us how to do all these things to protect our people. They taught us to work as a team, to call each other brother, to establish brotherhood. I took those values through my life as well as the values my dad taught me, my grandfathers taught me, my uncles taught me, my cousins taught me, and carried those forward to try and protect this community. And I still do. I was also taken out of the Army right from there by my uncle Jack Castle, who said, please come into the police force. I need you up there. I didn't get an interview. I was hired right there based on the fact that I could carry a firearm. And I went to Bertil. God, don't let your kids be policemen. They leave with so much issues with nobody to support them. Let them be traditional. Let them learn the language. Let them learn who they are. Let them know who they came from, where they came from, what their ancestors did. I'm proud of Sitting Bull and all that stuff, but you know, we got our own Dakota chiefs that were down there too, that protected their relatives. So with that, you know where the background I come from. I'm the chairman of the Community Futures in Winnipeg at 8 bands. I lobby for my people all the time to get businesses going, so I'm available anytime. Call me, visit me. Bring me a pizza. I'm just kidding. But you know what? Visit me. I'm accessible. Anybody could talk to me. I don't care what your last name is. We got a lot to clean up. The next council going forward can sit down as a team and discuss what they want. My thanks to the past, present, all the councils that came along. Everybody's got ideas. Let's listen to everybody. So with that, mitaki pi pida mapira. Oh, mitakias.
Next, we call forward Kura Tachin.
Hello, everyone. Jeez, I didn't think I was gonna have to follow up with that. So, for most of you who don't know me, my name is Kura Tachin. I grew up here in Sioux Valley. Very proud to be from Sioux Valley here. I don't really know where I'm gonna go with this now, but I'll tell you this, I can't make any promises. The only promise I can make is that I'm gonna try. It's my first time running, my first time trying this, but I'm always gonna try. And I hope that you guys are comfortable enough to come into any office that I'm around, and you guys can come and talk to me at any time, that if you guys come in with issues that, you know, you're gonna be heard, you're gonna be listened to. It's weird standing still. But a big part of what I'm hoping to accomplish here is healing. A lot of our people need healing. And hurt people hurt people. So if I am lucky enough to get elected in, that's what I'm gonna be working on, is a healing center and a youth center, something for our kids to drop in at, feel safe, play some pool, but also where we can have therapists and stuff like that, somewhere where we can talk, be safe when these incidents happen in our community, where we could sit and you know, talk with each other. I'm big on talking now. I didn't have that when I was younger, when I started firefighting and stuff, and the things that we had to see, the things that we had to attend, and it was heartbreaking. And we dealt with it in a different way, in a bad way. And I don't want to see anyone go through those things that we had to see on their own. Sports, you know, growing up, when we were playing hockey and stuff like that, people came from all over to watch us and cheer us on, and there wasn't really a big deal about last names and stuff. It was, you know, we brought our community together, and we were proud to play together, and we got asked to play for a lot of other teams and stuff, but we were very proud to play for Sioux Valley and be proud to wear our jerseys. And we see that we need more sports in Sioux Valley. Sorry, it's different when you're up here. A lot of the stuff that I was fortunate enough to do is working with our youth, working with our kids who are struggling and stuff like that, and I was fortunate enough to grow up into our culture. Still working on our language, but I'm trying. I'm looking around the room here, and I get to see that I got to do a lot of ceremonies with a lot of people who helped me on my journey. And when I talk about Sioux Valley out there, I talk about how proud I am to be from here, how beautiful our people are, how beautiful our lands are. You know, of course we're dealing with intergenerational traumas, but I think we're handling it good, and I think there could be better dealings with it, of course. So when I talk about Sioux Valley, I always talk about how wonderful this place is. I talk about how important our buffalo are, which I've got to volunteer for many years now, before I even had a license. I got to, you know, always be a part of our community, feel welcome everywhere, and you know, listening to our elders, and that's a big thing for me. I grew up, you know, learning to listen to your elders. You address them the way you're related, you know, auntie, uncle, nka, kushi, stuff like that. So when we talk about stuff like the residential school, and we talk about the kids buried up there, I hear that word anomalies a lot, and I hate that word. It kind of takes the human away from the kids up there. When we were told by our elders, our kushis, our nkas, our aunts, our uncles, about where they are, and that they witnessed this, and we still call them anomalies, and I can't stand that. You know, growing up, I thought it was normal to be up there. You know, my kushi used to take me up there a lot, and she would show me around and talk to me about her school, and where she would, you know, where they would practice the language when they would run off and stuff like that, or sneaking sandwiches to my uncas, or the barn that burned there. All those kids that ran into that burning building, that burning barn, were from Sioux Valley to save all those animals. So I always remembered that growing up. So I always thought that was normal until I started doing some talks up there and stuff like that too, and realizing that a lot of our people don't know that. So I'd like to educate more of our kids on that issue, so they can understand where we come from and who we are and why we are the way we are. And so we can go forward with our journey healing. You know, I get to see a lot of the job descriptions that are on the website, and it's great that they're saying, you know, you have to be educated, diplomas, all this kind of stuff, but I think these are positions right now that can be mentored in. We could have our own people working right now. You know, going to school and stuff, high school, I don't remember anyone coming to see us to talk about how important education is, or having ACC send counselors come in to talk to us about how to sign up for our courses and stuff like that, BU, the things, you know, showing them around the school and stuff that we need to be pushing is our education. We need to be in these schools. We need to have our directors in these schools talking about how important our education is. And the people that are educated, that are applying for jobs and stuff, when they do get jobs, they're working for peanuts on the dollar compared to Sioux, and I don't think that's fair at all. You know, this is our community, and we should be working our own people, or should be working for us, looking after us, you know, thinking like Dakotas. It's good to have all these, I guess, educated people that are Sioux and stuff, but our people need to be thinking like Dakotas now. Through the night, I heard a lot of good speeches, and I was trying to think about what I was going to talk about, and geez, they really covered a lot of it. So I guess, though, at the end of it, I really hope that you guys put your trust in me. I know a lot of you guys that do know me can come and talk to me. The ones that don't, you guys can come talk to me. Ask any questions you want. You know, I'm very approachable, especially you guys have coffee or food. Yeah, I grew up in this community, and you know, at my young age, I've seen a lot of my relatives hurt. I've seen a lot of my relatives pass before their time. And that's hard to deal with, especially, you know, from my age group to a little bit younger than me, it feels like such a big jump. We didn't have all these resources then. And I see how far we're moving forward. And I just want to be a part of that process. And, you know, geez, I thought at my age, I was hoping I was going to be the youngest one, and sounding so funny compared to everyone else, because, geez, they spoke really good. But I've seen all that hurt in our community. But I also seen the bright side of our community. All the beautiful stuff that we did, all the ceremonies that happened across, you know, our community. Especially as a young kid, my dad got to take me to all these Sundances, and you know, my uncles would take me away from the kitchen where all the women were, and they'd sit me down by the drum and teach me songs and stuff like that. And growing up, I had a bad spout there, but I think I had a really good foundation that brought me back, and I'm appreciative of that. And when I talk about, you know, my journey and stuff like that, of course I had my mother and my father and my grandmothers and you know, my relatives, but you know, I had my whole community behind me the whole time that always, you know, showed that kind of support to me, that, you know, didn't judge me for those things, that, like, you know, encouraged me to keep walking a good road. And I feel like with my role in our community, I think it's just changing now, so I figured I'd give this a run. But even if I don't get in, I hope you guys know that regardless of what it is, I'm always available. I'm always available to listen. I'm always available to talk, or you know, I know sometimes we don't really talk about our feelings, so even if you guys need to get away and just visit and talk, you know, I'm always around. Quickly, our off-reserve members too, I'd like to see more resources going out to them. I know how our funding works in Sioux Valley and stuff like that, but I don't think it's very fair. Those are still our relatives, and they shouldn't be penalized for having to live off reserve. You know, there's not a lot of houses in Sioux Valley right now and stuff like that, so we can't be penalizing people just because they needed a home of their own to move off the reserve.
2 minutes.
So I guess with that, geez, I wish you said 1 minute. But I appreciate everyone listening to me. I practiced this 100 times in the mirror, and it sounded so much better. And I had way more laughs. But I appreciate you guys' support, and just to be nominated is such an honor, and especially in our big community, it's such an honor to be at least nominated for this position. So with that, thank you, everyone. Hope everyone has a good night, and thanks for coming out. And like I said, if you guys ever need to talk to me, or if you guys have questions or anything like that, please just come and ask. Oh, that's
And next we'll be calling forward Elton Taylor.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elton Taylor. For those of you who don't know me, my parents are Wanda and Gerald Bell. First of all, I'd like to thank the two women who nominated and seconded me. It's an honor that you asked me to step forward again and run for council, so I appreciate your confidence in me. And I'd like to thank our lovely communications team at the front here who are providing not only the sound, but the live stream that's on YouTube for all of our members who are either sitting at home, because I actually seen a post earlier that there was no snacks here, so they went home because they were hungry, and they were gonna watch the rest of it on the live stream. So if that's you, I'm glad you're able to sit at home where it's kind of warm. It's a little chilly in here tonight. I really don't have a whole lot to add. I'm pretty sure everybody covered everything that should be done, but three of my main points are, first one being the Constitution. That Constitution definitely needs to be addressed. It's still an amazing document. It's still a document that we should be following, but we do have some issues where it contradicts itself, it contradicts some of our laws, and in the last term in which I was in, we actually got a Constitution Committee put together, and they were working diligently on addressing our Constitution. Our next steps were consultation with our community and addressing some of the things that our community wanted to see done with the Constitution. And it just seemed to fizzle out in this last term. So I'd like to see that revived, and I'd like to see that addressed. My second issue is our youth. We definitely need something for our youth. Now, quite a few people have brought up sports, and that's what I've brought up as well. As many of you might know, I actually coached our high school basketball team for about 5 years. And in that time, I watched these young boys turn into young men, grow into adults, and many of them have families of their own now. And we need programs to actually work with our kids. Sports is a great avenue, but arts is also another great avenue. And there's been plenty of great ideas floated tonight, everything from a youth drop-in center to athletic programs. Now, what I proposed is that we actually start working with several of our other indigenous communities. Let's work with Chinooh, let's work with Birdtail, let's work with Dakota Teepee and Dakota Plains. Let's start our own sports league. There's nothing saying we can't have our own sports league. Many of us have played high school basketball either with Sioux Valley, or we've gone to Neelan, Crocus, Massey. We play on those teams and they're great. But around here, we generally run in the single A division, and you get about maybe 10 games out of the year. Somebody who plays at Massey might get, 25. If you count tournaments, you're getting about 32 games a year, and it's great. But our kids don't get that same opportunity out here. And if we have our own sports league where we can work with them, we can almost double those games. We can prepare our youth for NAG. We can prepare our youth for the Canada Games. And we've all seen Zach get to the NHL. Our next step is getting somebody to the Olympics. We have plenty of people in our community who can mentor these kids, train these kids, teach these kids. We have a long-distance runner right here in our own community who has a running club. And we have some young athletes who are in that running club that I'm sure could be future Olympians if we had the support. So my last little key point here that I wanted to get on, because I know it's late, 10 minutes isn't a whole lot of time, but one of the things I've always pushed for was communication. And when I first got in 2016 in my first term, our website hadn't been updated in about 2 years. It was being run out of a company out of Saskatoon, and we were literally calling them to put updates on the website. We really didn't have a whole lot of communication going on back then. So I took over our website. We relaunched it, we revamped it, and then we started pushing towards some of the social media. And we are now currently running 2 websites, I believe about 32 social media pages, our YouTube channel, plus our radio station and our radio station live stream. So there's a lot of communication that is being done, and one of the things I used to joke about was that we were doing everything shy of hiring a town crier to say, hear ye, hear ye. And turns out that we need a town crier. One of the guys who works in the lands department, his name is Adam. I want to do a quick shout out to him because Adam has been one of the most consistent people this entire last term. Anytime lands had some kind of an event, he would come up to the communications department. He would bounce ideas off of us, and he always left with this huge grin on his face because as a team we would work together. And he always kept saying, you know what, I come in with one idea and I leave with 30. And my event goes from one small little thing to one big little thing. But one of the key things that Adam does is he actually does go door to door. He invites all of our members to come on out to his events. And every time his land events are phenomenal. Between advertising on our social media, advertising on our website, putting it on the radio and going door to door, his events are amazing. And we need that communication. Working in the communications department, I'm a little disheartened that we haven't had as many programs or directors or chief and council reaching out to us and coming to us and saying, you know what, let's put this out there and let's get those things announced. Now we've done a lot, we've put out a lot, and there have been weeks where we have been nearly swamped, but our team is very good with their time management, and sometimes we may miss something by a day or 2, but we get it out there. And I believe if we can expand on that by bringing in some of our youth and mentoring our youth into this, we can start putting out even more communications. Some of the things that these guys are capable of doing is simply phenomenal. When we go beyond that bridge and we go out there and we cover events, those organizations and those communities are reaching out to us, asking us how we are able to do this communications the way we do it. And I think that's an amazing thing, and that should be a big round of applause for this group right here, who are up here delivering a professional quality live stream to everybody that's out there. And the reason I wanted that community and I wanted that communications and that live stream is because I have family who lives off reserve, and they're not able to be here for events such as tonight. So we're able to stream this to them at home. I have family down in Salt Lake City, Utah, and every now and then Uncle Bill gives a quick shout out on the radio to them. And they're glad to hear that they're remembered and they're recognized. They want to be a part of our community. And honestly, communication is one of the key things that we need to do. We need to stop working in silos. We need to stop working as individual departments and start working together. We need to start communicating together. We need a single events coordinator to work with communications and make sure that all of our events get advertised the way they should be. We need to have everybody coming out to all of these events. So with that being said, there's a whole lot more that I could go into, but I can see our timer sitting over there looking at his clock going, oh, we're getting close, we're getting close. But there's a lot more that can be said, that needs to be said, but it's been late, it's late now, and I'm pretty sure you guys have heard everything that you need to hear. There's a lot of great candidates tonight, and at the end of the day, you need to elect people that are going to implement what you want. We can all stand up here and throw a million ideas out there as to what we want to do, but at the end of the day, it's up to our community. It's up to you guys to vote. It's up to you guys to listen to some of these ideas and bring some of your own ideas. You need open-minded people in that council chambers that are going to listen to what the community wants. And hopefully, with your support, I can be one of those people. So with that, I'm going to avoid the 2-minute warning, and I'm going to call it an evening. So thank you very much.
Next, we're going to be calling the final candidate Rusty Taylor.
First of all, I'd like to give thanks and acknowledge to the drum group this evening. We're starting up our evening here with a song. And to our elder Oswald for invocation and prayer. To start our evening off in a good way. Because there again, it's something we need. We need to start off like that. If not every meeting and whatever like that, it's something that we need. We heard a lot of good words today from all our candidates, chief, council candidates. A lot of good words, a lot of good plans, a lot of good ideas. But you know, this is a tough position. My first time being in office, very tough. I was contemplating seeking re-election, but you know, with the encouragement for family and friends, they're going to give thanks to Lila and to Leanna for my nomination and seconding. Because in the last 2 years and stuff without coming into office, to hear the things that go on in our community, especially after the sun goes down, it's very frightening. It's been a tough 2 years. And like Councillor Jackson said earlier, one of the portfolios we hold together is our First Nations officers. Another one I hold together with Councillor John Bell, our fire department. I've been with fire and helping out, and also with First Nations officer and security, as formerly known as. For many years, I helped out in those areas. And to see how the community has progressed in those areas of crime, drugs, the crisis we went through. Very tough times and very hard to see. Seeing families suffer in the last 2 years. And there again, it's always thrown at us, what are you, chief and council, going to do? We are but a handful of people. We can come up with a plan, but that plan, for it to be actually work and implemented, goes back to the people of the community to help out. We hear a lot of elders talk about that, our teachings. We hear it many times. It starts at home, within our family. We hear lots about our teachings, our traditions, our customs, and stuff like that, you know. Somewhere along the way, these are lost. Not saying everybody. A lot of families still teach that to our young ones. The basic teachings. And you know, for myself personally, I always look forward to our youth. In a way, we continuously pave a road for our kids, our Tekosias. I said earlier, whenever we're at that age now, whenever we're grandparents, we're looking forward to pave a road for our Tekosias. And you know, some of these Tekosias, this road is going to be rough for them. But we have progressed quite a bit in the last 2 years, last 10, 15 years. We have progressed quite a bit. Young gentleman here talking earlier, the fire department, seeing a lot of stuff. First Nations officers, the ones who are active today, they will never be the same for the things they have witnessed in the last 2 years. And I can attest to that. I've witnessed these things. The things that are going on in our community today, we talk about crisis. These are things that should be happening or do happen in big cities, not here, but they are. That's the reality of it. This is a tough job. We do our part to represent our community out there at the tables of the federal, provincial governments. We do our best to communicate with other communities out there, what's working for them, to try to bring some of that home to help our community here too. But when you really think about it, it's the community ourselves. It's the work that we have to do. Like I said, we're about a handful of people to come up with a plan. Lots of areas and lots of stuff like that we need to do. There again are Dakota ways. We need to teach that and instill that in our kids, our youth. I myself too. I know enough to understand Dakota, but I'm not fluent. That I blame on myself. But yet, these are things we need to continue to teach. It's been so sporadic over the years and stuff like that. Now we're to a point being self-governing and stuff like that, that we can do these programs on our own in our education system. And we have done that. But we have a lot of work to do yet. Lots of work to do yet. And there again, like I said, we go out there, we represent our community, talking to different levels of government. And then we go to these Dakota Nation meetings with other Dakota communities and talk with them. I myself personally, I encourage them. Self-government. Dakota Nations of Manitoba, 5 Dakota Nations band here in Manitoba. We can stand a lot stronger if we can all band together. And like what I said before, we go to these meetings, leave your headdress at the door. We need to sit down and discuss the same understanding as we, as Dakota people. Land claims. They're again been fought for so many years. The governments, when I say work with a minister, they do their part, they change the minister, now we got to re-educate. There again, another momentous thing. First Nations person, Premier is Manitoba. In the past couple of years, we have no support whatsoever from the government of Manitoba. And yet they're part of our agreement, our self-government agreement. So in that too, if everybody's keeping track, the Dakota apology is coming from the federal government. How are we as Dakota people going to benefit? But yet get the warning from some of our elders, we need to be careful. Look at what the Wasitu have done to us as Dakota people, First Nations people, our own lands. Do we dare trust them? We need to be careful. It was said in the Dakota Nations meetings in Whitecap, the Minister Miller himself, we have a plan. I have my think tank. They're thinking right now. But what is that plan? Is it going to benefit us? Or are they still going to play their old divide and conquer games? That's what I'm thinking. How is this going to affect us? Is it going to be good for us? First Nations Premier of Manitoba, is that going to benefit us any better? I'm hoping so.
2 minutes.
But like I said, it's a tough job to split what we do, be to the government outside, what we do here for our community here. But for myself, and I've done it for many years, and helping my family in many ways, helping community here in many ways at community level. And that's why I've been encouraged to seek re-election, to continue helping our people the best way we can. And there again, best of luck to all candidates. It's good to see everybody come forth, accept their nomination. Because it's not an easy thing to represent your community, to stand in front of the community, especially after the last couple of years, few years in the tough times we've been through. But I myself, if not re-elected, will continue to support my community best I can. So with that, I'd like to give thanks once again for everybody coming out tonight, seeing our elders sit up this late this evening. Thank you all for coming out and topping it out for the evening hall. Talk to you all. Or was it because it was last in line here, do I get half an hour? I've been waiting all evening. I'm just kidding.
So with that, friends and relatives, this is going to conclude our candidates forum here. I want to thank each and every one of you for being out here this evening, and thank to all the candidates for the words that they shared. And so again, those that joined us on the live stream, the different platforms, thank you for being a part of this tonight as well. So again, this is going to conclude our evening here. Thank you for coming out, and we will see you on the 19th. Have yourself a good week, and we'll see you on Election Day.